Your Royal Highness, Your Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here today for World Horse Welfare's annual conference, where we will shine a spotlight on the invisible horse. I'm delighted to welcome all of you here today to, by far, the world's most important event this week, as well as welcoming those who are watching over the internet. As last year, this event is being live streamed. It's also being discussed on Twitter via #InvisibleHorse. I hope you'll all join the conversation. But for those who are physically here, could I ask you please to have your mobile phone on silent? Before we begin what will be a very packed program full of fascinating presentations and discussion, can I draw your attention to a few points for your security and safety today? I wanted to do this like Jeremy Paxman does the weather. Wear your badge. If there's a fire, follow me. There's a plaster at reception. But as last year we had to evacuate because of a fire, I think if you can be patient, I'd better do it properly. The current terror threat level is severe, the highest level but one, so we must take appropriate security precautions to ensure we keep everyone safe. To that end, please wear your name badge and keep it visible at all times. In case of fire, the alarm will sound, and please then leave the building. Every entrance and exit to the theatre is clearly marked as a fire exit. Once out of the theatre, please make your way to the nearest exit onto street level. The fire meeting point is in front of the Royal Albert Hall, so make your way there, please, and await further instructions. There will be fire marshals to assist RGS staff and help point you in the right direction. As regards first aid, several members of RGS staff are first aid trained, and if a first aid emergency occurs, then please tell reception immediately. A first aid room is opposite the cloakroom next to the ladies' loos. After the presentations today, please join us upstairs during lunch in the Education Centre for the Charity in Action Trade Fair and 3 short talks about just a few of the ways that World Horse Welfare is working to make invisible horses visible. These talks will be highlighted with short films before some of our presentations today to give you a taste of what to expect and inspire your curiosity. Now, in warmly thanking the Horse Race Betting Levy Board, MSD Animal Health and Haygain for their outstanding support in helping us put on today's conference, may I introduce World Horse Welfare's chairman, Barry Johnson.
Your Royal Highness, Your Highness, Your Excellency, my lords, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to World Horse Welfare's conference for 2016. Thank you for joining us today to consider the invisible horse. And I would like to extend a special thank you and welcome to the Horse Race Betting Levy Board, MSD Animal Health and Haygain for their generous support. What do we mean by invisible horses? We're going to explore this theme throughout the day, and I hope you're all looking forward to today's presentations and discussions as much as I am. But I wanted to start today by providing a rather personal perspective on our theme, both as chairman of this charity and as someone who has spent most of his working life as a practicing equine vet. In my 40 years as a vet, I mostly saw what you would call visible horses. Sport horses, race horses, leisure horses, children's ponies, much-loved companions. Essentially, these are horses whose owners cared enough about them to bring them for prompt and timely veterinary treatment. However, it has always bothered me that even some of these highly visible horses sometimes had to endure invisible suffering, largely as a result of a lack of education and understanding of the needs of the horse, such as people blistering and firing horses with undiagnosed lameness, gastric ulcers, lameness as a result of failing to contact the farrier at the proper time, and more recently, an inability of people to be able to afford veterinary fees for medicines and modern diagnostic equipment. Then I became involved with this great charity, World Horse Welfare. And I started to see a whole new world of invisible horses all around the globe. Believe me, the level of suffering, neglect, cruelty, pain and disease that I have seen will stay with me for the rest of my life. This short film now will give you a sense of what I mean by that.
This year, World Horse Welfare was proud to be named the Charity of the Year at the Mitsubishi Motors Badminton Horse Trials and received amazing support from the event, the public who attended, and also the star riders. Some of the athletes we saw at the event went on to represent their countries on the biggest stage of all, at the Rio Olympic Games, with many outstanding horse and rider combinations becoming household names. These horses are highly visible. 2016 has been a year to remember for many horses in horse sport, but sadly, there are some sport horses whose suffering is still invisible. It's not only in sport where horses can be invisible. Out of sight of many, there are millions of horses who work tirelessly each day without being noticed. These are the horses, donkeys and mules that work to support the families that depend on them for their livelihoods. They are invisible not only to those who walk by them every day, but also to many governments and development organizations. Many do not see how vital these working horses are to securing both families' income and the economies around them. But again, it's not only horses in the developing world that are invisible. It's not only horses in the developing world that need us. Behind every fence, in a messy scrapyard, in that dilapidated shipping container, there could just be a horse. And that horse needs to be visible to receive the help it needs. This year, World Horse Welfare field officers have found horses in public parks, in rundown fields, in plastic roofs from pickup trucks, and in shipping containers. In need. Invisible. In UK markets, where horses can be traded as a commodity, they are visible. But what happens to them before and afterwards is not. These horses can be transported from owner to owner, place to place, with no record of their past and no assurance of their future. Thousands of these horses will end their lives in a UK slaughterhouse this year, but how they are treated there is effectively invisible, with no guarantee that CCTV is being used to help monitor their welfare, making their fate largely invisible. There are many examples of horses being invisible. But who is helping them? Who should be helping them? Who is responsible for making these horses visible so they can receive the protection and care they need? In the present climate, trust in charities is being eroded. But what future would there be for the world's horses without them? Who would be there for the working horses? The neglected horses, the invisible horses.
So today we will consider these invisible horses and what positive action can be taken to bring them into the light. Clearly, charities have a role to play here. But to be effective, the charities themselves need to be visible. I'm sure it hasn't passed you by that charities have had an awful time over the last year. My primary role as chairman is to ensure that World Horse Welfare has the effective governance and trustworthy forward thinking that a charity needs. And this is why I know I can look each donor in the eye and show them the graphic that's on the back of your program. which explains how we invest your donations that you give us. And this is the impact we are making. This is the charity we can be proud of, and with your support has grown to help millions of horses over the last 90 years. Every pound we spend, I visualize the schoolgirl or the old age pensioner putting a pound in a bucket. And that bucket, that pound in that bucket is the pound that I spend. And it's far more valuable than any of my own pounds. So we do look after everything that is given to us. I can also, hand on heart, say to any of our sponsors how extremely hard everybody in World Horse Welfare works. Whether it's volunteers, executive, employees, grooms, everybody works as a team towards the welfare of horses. And there is still so much that with your support we need to do for horses. And as our Chief Executive, Rolly Owers, will now explore. Thank you, Rolly.
Barry, thank you. Your Royal Highness, Your Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's been quite a year since we gathered here 12 months ago. I imagine a number of us have been surprised by some of the developments in our world over the past 12 months, and I know for sure that if ever I have a 4 or 5% lead in the opinion polls, that is time to panic. Which makes today's theme of exploring the invisible, what we cannot or choose not to see, all the more apt. When I look back at World Horse Welfare's 90 years, it is clear to me that we have been, and we are, here to help what we call the invisible horses. As you saw in the film, these are the horses hidden in barns or containers, those dumped on moors, commons, in woodlands and distant fields, those abused and neglected in their very own homes. They are the horses that effectively have no protection by legislation or enforcement, unidentified and unlinked to owners, moved in the dead of night, packed into lorries crossing borders, either under the radar or as part of the so-called regulated slaughter trade. But there is also invisible suffering. This year, an important report was published, Horses in Our Hands, produced by the University of Bristol, funded by World Horse Welfare. It researched the welfare priorities of equines in England and Wales and highlighted 4 priority areas where welfare needed improvement, where suffering was also often invisible. They were unresolved pain or stress behaviour, inappropriate nutrition, inappropriate stabling or turnout, and delayed death. But so much of what is visible depends on not only what we see, but how we see. Sometimes we can see the damage to horses when they are skeleton thin, when they have no shelter from the environment, or when they are clearly approaching the end of their lives. But we don't see the distress of horses shut in stables 24/7, or that the well-rounded horse in the field next door being obese and at an increased risk of a laminitis, or that naughty horse on the yard is rearing and napping because they are in chronic pain. And then there are those who see their much-loved horse deteriorating in front of their eyes, but choose to look away, or worse still, sell them, rather than the prospect of ending their life. The reality is that with the knowledge and access to compassionate treatment that we have in this country today, whilst there might be reasons for it, there is no excuse for visible or invisible suffering. And then there are the 100 million working horses, donkeys and mules that pull heavy loads, work exhausting hours in the developing countries to sustain over 600 million impoverished people around the world. Too often, they are ignored by policymakers and human development organisations. Programmes that help support these communities in traditional livestock programmes are well established, but not for the working equid. Indeed, the UK's Department for International Development, whilst recognising the importance of horses in some countries, consider investment in animal health for other forms of livestock, such as cows, pigs, goats or poultry, to be of greater importance with respect to poverty alleviation and animal and human health. We fervently believe this is wrong. And then the situation is compounded further in that in many developing countries do not have the same access to horse care knowledge, veterinary treatment, good hoof care and saddlery that we do in the UK. In fact, in many countries, there are few, if any, equine vets, little training to support them, and limited access to quality farriery and saddlery services. This is something we are seeking to change, and we look forward to hearing from Chris Riggs later this morning about the exciting work that the Hong Kong Jockey Club and others are doing in China. A real challenge is that in comparison to livestock in human development, horses are considered a minor species, despite the hundreds of millions of people they sustain. This very reason was given when the European Commission chose not to include horses when they decided to impose mandatory country of origin labelling for meat. Then we had the horse meat scandal, but even that didn't jolt the system to change their thinking. It sure should have. Odds are the next horse meat scandal may not be that far away. And as we've already heard, thousands of horses will end their lives in a UK abattoir this year. That is why it is so important that CCTV is made mandatory in UK slaughterhouses. DEFRA claims to have some of the best welfare laws in the world, and yet the few abattoirs licensed to take horses in this country are under no obligation to use CCTV to monitor that welfare standards are being adhered to, nor share this footage with authorities such as official vets or the Food Standards Agency. This must change. Footage from 2013 revealed that we cannot take the protection of horse welfare at slaughter for granted. So we urge slaughterhouses and DEFRA to bring this process into the light, allow bad practice to be identified and corrected, use the footage to train staff and make accountability more transparent so to give people the confidence in abattoirs. So does this mean that sport horses do not need our help? As we've heard from our chairman, sport horses tend to be the visible horses, the ones in competition, the ones in racing, or even at the Olympics. Regulators, such as the British Horse Racing Authority and the FEA, have high standards for welfare in competitions. But what happens behind closed doors in breeders and training yards is invisible. Of course, there is lots of excellent practice, but there is lots of bad practice too. And also, the well-cared-for sport horse can also become invisible when sold to owners who do not have the ability or motivation to protect their welfare. What happens to these horses? Or is it just a case of out of sight, out of mind? The racing world is taking aftercare more seriously, including finding good homes for far more former racehorses. And I'd say many involved in breeding for leisure and sport would do well to take heed here. And even in competition, there has long been a concern at the way horses in international endurance are treated in some countries. When images and videos appeared on social media and Horse and Hound published the reports, the issue became highly visible, resulting in the temporary suspension of the United Arab Emirates Federation from the FEI last year. That, however, does not mean there is not great respect for horses in the UAE, a country with a proud tradition of horsemanship. And we are extremely privileged to have His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Saeed Al Nahyan speaking to us today about the Boutib initiative in endurance in the UAE. So there are still a great number of horse welfare challenges affecting invisible horses in the UK and around the world. But what do we do about them? What are the solutions and what part should charities play in that? Before we hear from our presenters and the panellists, I just wanted to share our perspective. World Horse Welfare believes there are three broad ways to make the invisible horses visible. Number one, our founder understood the need to work in partnership with horse-loving people, the horse sector, and institutions to shine a spotlight on the world's invisible horses. Just as we did, as the film showed, as the Charity of the Year at the Mitsubishi Motor Badminton Horse Trials back in May, through our Invisible Horse Trail, which engaged many thousands of adults and children, and was the result of an inspiring collaboration between artists, sponsors, the charity, and of course, badminton itself. And I am delighted to announce that as we head into our 90th year, in 2017, we will be Horse and Hounds Charity of the Year. We cannot wait to partner with this preeminent institution of the horse world even more closely, to shine the spotlight even more widely and intensely. Number 2, we must embrace the power of the individual. We all have the ability to make a difference, whether in the UK, the rest of the EU, or the UAE. And number 3, we must work within our communities to reach out to horse owners who need to care for animals better. On Bodmin Moor, as we will hopefully hear from Will Young shortly, it is the passion and determination of residents of the moor, including the new charity Shire's Horse Sanctuary, a new Commoners Council, with the support of Red Wings and other charities, that together are changing the way the horses are seen and managed, including the need for each horse or pony to be identified and so linked to a responsible owner. Let's be crystal clear. Identifying horses, registering them to a responsible owner, and having this register available to enforcement agencies is fundamental to protecting equine health in the UK. I make no apology for being a bit of a proverbial scratch record on this issue, as for far, far too long, horses have been neglected, dumped, abused, and left to die with no way to link them to the person responsible, because ID legislation was rarely enforced. Government in the UK must implement the updated EU regulations sparked by the horse meat scandal to get us out of this current impasse. The time to do so is now. This is too important to be reconsidered as part of Brexit. The health and welfare of UK horses is reliant on our having a robust, effective, enforceable and enforced system of linking horses to its owner. This is the most basic tenet of responsible ownership. And in this vein, we really welcome the proposals by Julie Girling, MEP for the South West and Gibraltar, on responsible equine ownership being considered now in Europe, as well as the adoption of guidelines for working equids by the OIE back in May, on which we, together with the Brook and Donkey Sanctuary, worked so hard. These are both huge steps in making invisible horses visible. They were the result of campaigning and collaboration, which I believe is a key role for World Horse Welfare, as we were founded as a campaigning organisation 90 years ago. And I believe that charities have a right, even a duty, to point out when laws need to be changed or better enforced. Who else has the knowledge of what really is going on the ground? And as we consider the role of charities in equine welfare, we must also consider what we expect from the other key players. Who is responsible for equine welfare? The answer seems easy. The owners and keepers, of course. But what happens, as it so often does, when these very people do not see welfare as their responsibility, or when they do not see the damage they are causing? Hence, I'm really looking forward to today's discussion with Suzanne and our panellists. And whilst challenging ourselves at World Horse Welfare about our role here, I'd also like to lay down some challenges to others. To all yards and riding schools, to consider the turnout and stabling they give their horses, the management practice they encourage, the weight of riders that they accept relative to their mount, and the welfare standards they expect. To breeders, to consider the future of each and every foal they produce and take responsible steps to make sure they go to a home where they will receive the care they need. To government, particularly in the light of Brexit, to not only treat our borders as borders and make intelligence-led checks on the thousands of horses imported and exported into the UK every year without health, welfare or any documentation checks, but also to enforce the Animal Welfare Act and not leave this to kind donors. And finally, to the world of sport, to shine a light into the training yards and warm-up arenas and make it clear that no horse should endure aggressive or harsh treatment. You don't need to break a horse to break it in. This idea flies in the face of the horse-human partnership and is completely indefensible. We all have the power to shine a spotlight on invisible horses and invisible suffering. We can all play a part to stamp it out. What strikes me is that organisations can have a great power, especially when working in partnership. But the individual can inspire or contribute to real change too. Our founder, Ada Cole, did this 90 years ago. There are many sitting in the audience here who have shown similar leadership. Let's use our combined motivation and power, breeders, regulators, policymakers, sister charities, horse owners, donors, enforcement agencies and vets to bring all horses into the light and give them the care and protection they so desperately deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rayleigh. I think you've got our attention. Now, may I introduce a very special guest, whom I know it will be a privilege for us all to hear. His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who will speak on the Butib initiative, a way of valuing welfare above speed in the sport of endurance. Your Highness.
Your Royal Highness, Lords, ladies and gentlemen, any successful sport must have good rules. In Bodmin, we strongly support FAI and EAF rules. But as each season passed, I became aware with growing concern that the existing rules were encouraging a new type of endurance, where speed had become more important. Riders were becoming races, and the effects could be seen in the increasingly poor completion rates, the number of deaths and metabolic problems, which ultimately led to our highly publicized situation in the press and media. It became impossible to ignore the facts. The original type of endurance riding, which incorporate respect for the horse and the horsemanship, was being lost in the drive to win at all costs. From the beginning in Bodmin, we tried to manage our rides with principles of welfare and good horsemanship as high priority. Nevertheless, I saw our problems in Bodmin increasing, and I made it clear to those who were working with us. We have to fix this or stop endurance entirely. There could be no compromise, especially where the welfare of the horse was concerned. I gathered a group of like-minded people and set them the task of making new rules to return endurance to a sport which involve a respectful partnership between horse and riders. Winning would not just to be about speed and the first past the post, but also that the horse must finish in the best possible conditions and fit to continue. We should encourage the art of horsemanship because of the culture of speed has taken over. The initiative rules were developed for our local conditions of flat, easy tracks, but they can be adopted for anywhere according to the type of country the rides go through. They are based on following points. One, speed and how to reduce it. It is the number one problem. The higher the speed, the greater the risk of compromised metabolism, severe lameness, fracture, and death. The fit to continue element of the sport seems to be disappearing. We have tackled reducing the speed in 4 ways. Introducing a presentation heart rate of 56 BPM, FEI maximum 64. Introducing a presentation time of 10 minutes for all loops, FEI maximum 20 minutes. Introducing top speed limit of 20 kph within UAE all CNs, with penalties or eliminations for breaking it. Instigating 40 minutes hold at all vet gates, with 50 minutes where representation is required. Re-establishing the relationship between riders and horses. The UAE form of endurance has broken the normal close relationship between the horse and the rider. Horses often ridden and trained by inexperienced people, which has frequently led to a disgrade for welfare, mismanagement, and cruelty through ignorance. Solutions. We have introduced the best endurance ride challenge as an incentive to encourage the welfare of the horse and the return responsibility to the riders and trainers through education and the winners would receive 70% of prize money. The winners are assessed on 5 basic criteria through system of points: speed parameters, recovery time, cardiac recovery index, metabolics, gait, lameness. Method of ride management to control riders, trainers, and their followers too. Reinforce fair play on the track and vet gate area to ensure competitors can be controlled and rules are observed. Introduce as much objective assessment as possible. Develop a method of hypersensitivity testing for nerve block. Enforce attendance of ride briefings as part of the entry qualifications. Install CCTV cameras in all crewing areas. Fix water points every kilometer. No crewing except emergency outside the points. Restrict number of crew per horse and control the crew through number vets to match horse number. No crewing permitted in last 2.5 kilometers, and horses must maintain forward movement to the finish line. Restrict number of cars on the track to 1 per 5 horses maximum, 2 for more horses. Spot weight checks on riders. Spot ID check on riders and catch substitutions. There may be a compulsory hypersensitivity test for altered sensitized on the limb nerve blocking. The 2017 season will see more technical and natural trials, including in the loops, basic FEI and national rules also applied throughout. Implementation. The rule works. Last season, 4 endurance meetings were run in the UAE using the new rules. The queues of exhausted and injured horses disappeared completely, with no horses requiring invasive treatment in the clinic. Something unheard of the village in previous seasons. Unfortunately, catastrophic injuries happen in all equestrian sports. And 3 horses out of a seasonal total of 3,035 starters had to be euthanized previous years have seen double figures. The clinics remained empty, no invasive therapy. We are sure we are heading in the right direction. Our strict heart rate and presentation time make it impossible to speed. Rider must slow down if they want to pass the vet check. The rules are used in the CENs, which have a 20-kilometer speed limit. They not give an added challenge to the riders, but bring back new opportunities for older endurance horses, still with excellent heart rate and recovery. We have also welcomed back many horses retired because in the speed races they are too slow. The veterinarian and the officials have all been astonished at our simple changes have had such dramatic results. The clinic has been so quiet, and the vets threaten to bring books to read while they wait. Over the summer, riders were held in rides were held in Uruguay, Argentina, Germany, France, and Morocco, using some form of these rules. After initial reservation, the majority of people appreciated them, and we are receiving more requests from all over the world to be able to use them. Planning for the future. Through last season, we involved the FAI and received considerable support from their officials. Also, the positive feedback and international publicity initiative has received is perhaps the most encouraging fact. It is also highly gratifying that ride organizers around the world have shown an interest in using Bodmin initiatives. Bodmin rides will start to incorporate more natural desert terrain. Riders will be forced to use tracks away from cars so that they have to think for themselves. Plans are being made to develop a Bodmin initiative APP for use by ride organizers and competitors. We have plans to help educate young riders and encourage safe competition for novice horses. Finally, we hope to spread the word further through greater TV and media coverage. Thank you.
Your Highness, thank you for what you have done. Thank you for what you are doing. Thank you for explaining it to us. And thank you for a good news story, which after Rayleigh's introduction, perhaps we need it. Now, if I can introduce someone from a bit further east, Chris Riggs of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, who's going to speak on the ongoing development of equine health and welfare standards in China. Chris.
Thank you. Your Royal Highness, Your Highness, Lords, Ladies, Gentlemen. I must confess, when this book was first published by the British Equine Veterinary Association a few years ago, I did think it was slightly self-important that particularly vets were being held up as guardians when really we were only doing our job. A few years later, with more experience and a few years behind me, I have a much wiser view, I would hope, and I now realize that actually vets do have a very important role as guardians, really brought home to me by the absence of vets and the absence of vets who are prepared to speak up and be unpopular if necessary on behalf of the horse in China. And that's the main theme of what I would like to talk about this morning. Just as a little bit of history, there are a very large number of horses in China. The exact number, I think, is not really known, but estimated to be around roughly 8 million. And it's interesting to see how that number grew significantly over the phase of the Cultural Revolution, no doubt acting instead of motorized vehicles, which would have been widely available elsewhere. Again, there are no facts, but I think we can be very confident that the veterinary care and the welfare aspects of horses over that similar period would not have received very much investment at all. We're all well aware of China's very great economic boom over the last few years, and with that has come a much greater interest in signs of wealth, status, and also genuine interest in equestrian activities. And of course, the former two are very much boosted by involvement with equestrian activities, and many times involvement is a reflection of status, etc. Indeed, some of the figures from the China horse fair in its own right and its success as an example of that booming industry. Some of the figures that come from their annual report illustrate the huge expansion of interest in equestrian activities in mainland China over the last few years. Indeed, China has become a very significant focus of business for bloodstock around the world, both from the southern hemisphere and indeed from the northern hemisphere, as in interest from the UK. And there are exports of very large numbers of warm bloods from mainland Europe and from thoroughbreds from northern and southern hemisphere into China. And within China itself, there is huge interest in speculation in the equine industry and investment in the equine industries. So again, we don't know for sure what those figures are doing, but undoubtedly, since the boom time of 2008, the Beijing Olympics, and the huge interest in many sporting activities, in particular equestrian activities in China since then, the numbers of horses, particularly those used in sporting events, the high-profile, visible horses, have certainly increased. And that's illustrated by the number of sporting events, high-profile sporting events that are now occurring in China, which would be unheard of only a few years ago. A lot of money has been spent on infrastructure. I illustrated briefly back then Chengdu Racecourse, Wuhan Racecourse, a number of very, very high-profile jumping events that happen now on an annual basis around different cities in China. But I'm afraid the foundations that are required for building governance of the welfare of the horses, etc., are often lacking. And the invisible nature of vets in China is part and parcel of that. So what are some of the challenges that are being faced? There is a severe lack of necessary and appropriate veterinary expertise. There is a real dearth of facilities that are required to apply modern equine medicine. For instance, in the whole of mainland China, there is only one operating theatre for horses in a private riding establishment near Nanjing. To look at a similar figure in the UK, that figure is actually sort of incorrect. I did update it. It's 900,000 horses in the UK, so it's closer to 1 to 17 or 1 to 12,000 horses in the UK. But you can see clearly very different. There are historical issues that have to be overcome. The Chinese culture is aimed at or focused on community, not individuals, not individual animals. There is a genuine lack of appreciation or understanding of what best practices are. There's a lack of horsemanship. Up in the north, in Mongolia, there is, of course, we'll all be well aware of, a history and still a living excellence in horsemanship. But over many, many areas of China, that is lacking. There is a genuine reluctance to invest in animal care. And the concept of animal welfare is relatively new. For instance, it was only made a compulsory component in veterinary schools 3 years ago. Vets are historically undervalued. They're seen at a similar level to agricultural workers. Vet schools are in agricultural universities. There's no problem with that. But the problem is that in being so undervalued, they're not given access to medicines and necessary facilities required to carry out medical practice. Until recently, many vets were allocated places in vet school rather than choosing to do veterinary science. Therefore, historically, there has been variable motivation, and most of us who are vets who realize you have to be motivated and passionate to really do your job as an equine vet. There are approximately 61 vet schools. I say approximately because we don't know for sure, but about 61 vet schools in China, and only one of those in the Mongolia Agricultural University has a dedicated equine program. The veterinary curriculum is highly class-focused with very, very little practical hands-on experience opportunities for the students. There are no equine practices, professional practices, as we know them. And interestingly, spending time in China, seeing all this, has made me realize how critical they are for bringing young people on. The practice structure with the old buffer there at the helm, critical for steering the young person in the right direction and giving them confidence and enthusiasm, etc. Vets are employed by riding schools, and they work on their own, doing what they're told to do. There's very little access, or historically there's been very little access to continuing professional development. I've mentioned already severe lack of facilities and absence, almost a complete absence of suitable medicines. And one of the biggest welfare issues, ironically, is ability to end life humanely for horses in mainland China. There's also historically been a lack of incentive, for many of the reasons I've described, but also from a salary point of view, etc., for individuals to become vets. So let's look at some more positive things. Who are some of the key players? Well, the Ministry of Agriculture is in charge of animal industries, as you might imagine, and the Veterinary Bureau resides within them. And then the State Sport General Administration is responsible for equestrian sports, oversees equestrian sports in mainland China. Within the MOA, the China Horse Industry Association is not an official organization linked to the MOA, but rather an umbrella organization with close associations with the MOA, and the one the MOA would work closely with. They host the China Stud Book, They have recently become an affiliate member of the Asian Racing Federation, and most importantly for me, their president, Jia Ling, is a shining light for vets, what as vets we should stand for, and he's highly committed to education. He used to be the chief veterinary officer in China, and of all the people I've come across, he's the one who's most enthusiastic about trying to change the current situation. The other main player is the China Equestrian Association that is under the auspices of the Sports General Administration, and they oversee all equestrian sport, and in particular have a close liaison with the FEI in terms of staging FEI events in China. So there are some difficult challenges to face. In many ways, the practice is very far behind. The whole value system is not optimal for improving horse welfare. What projects are going on to try and change this? Well, several. There is a United States China Center for Animal Health, which really is largely driven by this one individual, Dishu Xi, who's a professor at Kansas State University and himself a graduate of Beijing Agricultural University. And I met him for the first time recently, and he is very passionate to see things change, to see the veterinary profession develop a higher status and be better armed to face the challenges ahead of it. And he's been successful in obtaining sponsorship outside and within mainland China to set up a program to try and train future trainers. So they're taking 4 recent graduates from vet schools in mainland China and taking them forward for a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree, 5-year program in the United States. Their first group of graduates will graduate this coming July, or next July. So we look forward to seeing how that program goes forward. The Hong Kong Jockey Club has had a long relationship, as you might imagine, with mainland China. And that started off in 1986 with our retired racehorse donation program. So retired racehorses would be retrained at one of our equestrian centers in Hong Kong, and then those which were most fit and healthy and were suitable to go to their various destinations in mainland China were donated to various government stables in many different places throughout mainland China. But most important of this program was not the donation of the horses, but the support that went with it. And veterinary surgeons from the club did and still do regularly visit those horses, A, to check on the welfare of the horses, but more importantly, to support local staff looking after those horses in the stables. The club has reached memorandums of understanding recently with CHIA and CEA for a number of reasons, such as developing the stud book, developing drug testing programs, etc., in mainland China. But part and parcel of the MOA with both organizations is a commitment to help improve the standard of veterinary care. And I'm very lucky to be in this part of the world, or that part of the world at this time, because many things obviously are happening. And one of the great projects that's going on is the Hong Kong Jockey Club is building a huge training center in southern China in Guangdong province, which will open in 2018. And horses will train there and then shuttle down to Hong Kong to race and go back up. But it creates a strategic interest and focus in this work to help develop veterinary work and veterinary care in mainland China. And as I've made very clear, I sincerely hope that in 10 years' time we'll be able to staff that centre with vets from mainland China. So there's a strategic interest for the club in supporting this work as well as a genuine desire to do something that's good. One of the things we're doing is we have 2 young vets, recent graduates of the Royal Veterinary College, studying to sit the examination for our membership of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons. It's a big challenge. We hope they'll sit the exam next July, and I hope very much that they'll be successful. But it is a big challenge. There's a huge gulf in what the education they receive and what they require, what we consider is modern and necessary. There are various training programs that the club, colleagues and myself in our department have run in mainland China and also in Hong Kong. And we regularly have visitors, we have vets come down and spend time in the clinic doing externships, as well as attending various programs. Dali, of course, has its very high profile and very important international thoroughbred internships and the Godolphin Flying Start program. And they have invested a lot of time and energy into individuals in mainland China. And some excellent vets have come out of that, Sun Jungling being one of them, who spent quite a long time in Australia and is now helping to develop better nutrition industry in Beijing. The World Equine Veterinary Association, which is committed to helping countries developing their veterinary program of care of the horses, has made China one of its focuses. And we've already hosted 4 seminars in conjunction with the China Veterinary Association, the China Horse Industry Association, and the Hong Kong Jockey Club in mainland China. And a major focus, which I would like a lot of you to put in your diaries, please, in April 2018, we will be holding the next biennial Congress, Weaver Congress, in Beijing. And a key focus of that conference, of course, we want to educate with CPD, introducing higher science, but one of the tiers, simultaneous tiers, will be to highlight to industry leaders, investors in the equine industry, what they're missing out on. They need a veterinary profession. They don't need to import expatriates to do the job. They need to invest in their own people. And then huge amount of business will grow out of it, not only being a good thing to do, but also it will be sound business investment as well. So I sincerely hope that conference is successful in that aim. Lastly, and certainly not least, this organization, the World Horse Welfare itself, is involved and turned its focus on mainland China. And recently I was privileged enough to be invited by Dr. Oz to contribute to a welfare symposium held at the Inner Mongolia Agricultural University in Hohhot, where we conducted a welfare training and discussion forum. And question sessions run by Roly were enlightening for all of us, really. Luckily, like in many of these events, the senior people last about 10 minutes and then they all go and we're left for all the youngsters. And then we get some really truthful and interesting information out from the exercise, from the question session. So in summary, there are serious, significant challenges facing anyone interested in horse welfare wanting to help China. And I'm passionately committed to doing that, passionately committed to my profession and seeing my colleagues have better chance to be doing that. We need to change attitudes and values. There are bright, dynamic young people coming along who are really committed. Some of them are very smart and very determined and not focused just on financial short gains. There is an urgent need for supply of critical medicines, not least, as I've said, something to end life in a humane manner. Anesthetic agents to be able to undertake surgery in a humane way. There are a number of global partners, and those who are involved who I haven't mentioned, please excuse me. But one last point to mention and finish off on is, of course, World Horse Welfare is focused on the working equid, not the high-profile performance horse. And I circle this graph, component of the graph there. Of course, there was no horse sport going on in these years in China, and look how many horses there are. And there's a good 5 million or so of these left, which are the working horses. And these truly are invisible to many of us and most of us in China. And so the full extent of the challenge is unknown, and there is interesting work that's required to really understand that and help in that area as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for that really fascinating insight into the evolving horse landscape in China. Now I'd like to introduce someone who will in fact need no introduction to many of you, Will Young. is a popular singer, songwriter, actor, contributor to charities in many ways. Actually, perhaps popular is a bit of an understatement. But what you may not know is that he's also a patron of Shire's Holt Sanctuary on Bodmin Moor, something that's particularly important to me, having been lucky enough to play a part in establishing the Bodmin Moor Commoners' Council. Thank you, Will, for speaking to us about the invisible horses on Bodmin Moor and beyond.
We might know more about invisible horses in the UK today because people have smartphones on them. If they see something that they might be slightly concerned about, they'll take a photograph and send it through. Previously, they might not have been able to explain exactly what they're seeing. Invisible horses in the UK could be anything from those shut away in barns. It could be horses with problems that just aren't being identified, even though people are seeing them every single day. This afternoon during my talk, I'd like to give you a snapshot of the invisible horses in this country, what sort of problems we're seeing and what we're doing to make those horses visible again.
Hi, everybody. Chris, I was very pleased to see a use of the Magritte surrealist painter there, the invisible horse, visible horse. Apologies, I was cleaning some brass last night and I realised that I spilt some of the solution on my jeans. So that's not very professional. Also, I've gone with modern technology and I'm using my new iPad. My printer is broken. My nephew is taking his driving test today. So if he FaceTimes me during the speech, you'll all see how he's done. I hope he passes, he's very sweet. Anyway, I've lived on Bodmin Moor for 10 years, and what took me there was my love of nature and the peace, tranquility, and beauty of the countryside and the animals that live there. Having grown up in the countryside in Berkshire, I've always felt a country boy rather than a townie, particularly this morning when it took me an hour and a half to get here from Clapham. Could have done with one of my horses. For me to look out onto the moor and see the wildlife, the birds, the starlings that are now flying past, the badger that raids my bins every night, and of course, the moorland ponies. For me, it's like gazing into a painting that is ever moving, ever evolving, gently moving in front of me, and yet at the same time, I know the land, the granite, the trees have been there long before I came and will be there long after I go. I must admit some guilt. After 10 years, the ponies I saw around me seemed healthy and fit, but I was unaware, however, of the plight of the Bodmin Moor pony on my doorstep. Ponies that tourists know and love when I see them in their droves visiting the moor, enjoying the springs, the lakes, the land, of course, and finding utter pleasure in the wild ponies thereon. However, one day I came across 2 tourists from Leicester who informed me of 2 ponies they had seen who looked in utter distress. Like the donkeys in Spain we are so aware of, who are in dreadful states, ribs showing, heads bowed and eyes void of any sparkle of life, I became aware and ashamed that this was happening on my Bodmin Moor. As I dwelled on this over the next month or so, I then received a letter from Shire's Holt in the local post office asking me if I had any land I could give over to these rescued ponies. Serendipity is a wonderful thing. Within 2 weeks, I became patron of Shire's Holt horses, and I'm really enjoying working with them. Their work is extraordinary. With over 40 horses, ponies taken in last year and working off little to no money, the aid they provide for the ponies is admirable, honourable, the ultimate example of nurture and gentility towards animals in need. Along with them, there are many other pony charities in Cornwall who work tirelessly for the good of moorland ponies. Charles Holt is a horse sanctuary providing home for life to all horses and ponies in need, regardless of their origin, domestic or feral. Central to our ethos is RSR, difficult for a man to say with a lisp, respectful, symbiotic relationships between mankind and the world. As mankind now have no larger purpose for horses, our respect to horses and ponies at Charles Holt is to allow them to graze their days out with us without having to provide any further gain to us other than conservation of our environment. My ponies are assisting me on my small holding. Furthermore, they have and are enriching my life and the life of my friends, family, and any visitors, including my postman and a lost hiker from America, who did, and this is no lie, he did resemble Donald Trump in many ways. I thought to myself, God, but this close to the election, is he really over on Bodmin Moor? How lovely to see him. Little did I know. So I'd like to take you through some of the challenges that these are things that I asked myself. Why weren't these things, are these things being done? And they're things that I've learned as well. So I apologise if I stumble on a few of them. That is. One of the things that the first thing I asked actually on radio was, why is there a lack of ID? Why are these horses unquantifiable? Which echoes the theme, the invisible horse. And ponies, I found out, aren't passported for several reasons. The cost of the passport is higher than the value of most of the ponies, plus the foal from the mare is only worth £5. Therefore, there is no financial return and no benefit. There is also effort required to microchip involving paperwork and man or woman hours spent physically chipping these feral ponies. Another problem is owner accountability. Accountability varies widely as not all are unaccountable. However, due to subsidy culture of the 70s and 80s, this has flowed on into allowing ponies to be the last unregulated area in farming. The ponies are expected to be able to look after themselves without assistance, which they do well if the moor was not overgrazed. There is a massive apathy towards the ponies, dissimilar to our other domesticated stock. In general, there is now a lack of value to the horse, yet they continue, iPad almost timed out then, they continue as a status symbol, so there's a paradox here. Another problem is overbreeding. This simply comes from there being no market for the produce. The moorland foals that were drifted off the moors in the autumn, sent to the local pony sales to go over to European abattoirs. This all came to a shuddering halt, and child pony use couldn't pick up this lost market. And so essentially this stock was left on the moors to grow, and males become stallions, causing no regulation on breeding quality. An example, last winter, one 2,000-acre moor with a 200 pony population had in excess of 30 working stallions. Fly grazing is another thing. This fits into two categories. A moorland commoner farmer with grazing rights on one moor grazes on a different moor. The second category is a person with no rights on any moors grazing their horses. Fly grazing is also used as an excuse by commoner pony owners to pretend not to own the ponies in poor conditions. Abandonment. We do not believe this to be a large problem at Charles Holt within the moorland situation from our personal observation. None of the seized ponies have been microchipped, which implies there are no legal domesticated ponies that have been seized. Overgrazing, this is a large problem under areas of no regulation. Stocking density in the first place is set by ancient commoners' rights. And this is really the problem, by the way, that these rights were set so long ago. Now there's such a need for regulation. And in my point of view, it's not, there's such a grey area here, it's not coming quick enough. I'm going off piece, but this winter we expect to take in at Charles Holt at least a minimum of 60 ponies in dire need. And we're relying on ancient rights that have just created this sort of floating mist of unaccountability. And yet I'm saying to people, you know, the horses can't wait for that on my doorstep. They can't wait for these things to be resolved. They're going to be in dire need this winter. So I get very impatient. It comes from a place of passion. But things aren't moving quickly enough. So many of us don't have the resources to be able to, you know, aid all these ponies. It makes me terribly upset. Where was I? Overgrazing. Another problem is untreated parasites, injury, diseases, illnesses. We found that worming was a huge problem. And particularly with the mares, this can be a problem because they're not only eating for themselves, they're then eating to keep the worms that we found out are taking up 50% of their food. We found this out by looking at some rescued ponies' manure that we took in over. Great manure, by the way, I'm getting from my ponies. It's amazing. So the mares particularly are eating, in effect, for themselves, for the worms, to feed a foal, and then potentially to nurture, keep going a foal that might be inside them. And along with that, parasites and ticks aren't being treated, and there's no veterinary care given at all. The pony will effectively live or die. If it gets to a condition that it's really not able to live, it'll come and be shot. And some of the figures given across the UK on ponies that are shot, I find questionable at best, but there's a little bit of controversy. I have to throw that into a speech. So the good thing is that Shires Holt and other charities are doing things about it. And what I've noticed in the 6 months that I've now been engaged as a local member of my community and spreading the word is that people do want to do things about it. The invisible horse, you know, people may not see that this is going on in their area, or they just don't know full stop that it's going on. I went to my local Tesco's where my wallet got nicked, actually. I was terribly upset. But I took the opportunity to speak to the manager, and I said, this is a great example. I said, oh, by the way, is there any chance, do you know about the ponies on Bodmin Moor? Can I do a collection, you know, over Christmas? And she said, of course. So now I've got a collection, Pip and myself, Kerry, we're going to go up. I've managed to rope in some children, because people always want to give money to children. 15 years in the business, been doing this. I'm going to bring my little Shetland foal, Sheila, because she'll pleading eyes, she'll get some money as well. She is so fat now, by the way, can I just tell you? My God. She took my brother's coffee cup the other day. You know, this is a great example of, I'm just one person. I mean, I'm using my job, but I'm just one person who's saying, did you know about this? And people really are willing to help. We have such a love of animals here in the UK. But the problem is we really do need support of government, local government. There's a real disconnect going on somewhere. And I really do believe that this can be resolved. I need to learn a bit of patience, perhaps how to print out a speech rather than having it on an iPad. Invest in a new pair of jeans would be a good thing. But I'm really excited about what myself and Shires Hawk can do in Bodmin. I've come here today because I think it's great to use an example of a microcosm in the UK. This is going on across the UK. We're all here because we're passionate about the welfare of ponies and horses. But I really will be unceasing in my journey to allow people to see that the ponies on the moor will provide healthy ponies, natural wild grazing herds, you know, going back to their true roots, will provide such joy to people visiting. You know, who knows, Donald Trump might come over to see Sheila the Shetland, and I shall be giving him some of my organic manure. Which I'm sure will aid him in his presidency. Thank you so much, and I shall keep you informed on my nephew's driving test.
Thank you, Will. We're on the edge of our chairs, by the way, to hear the result of the driving test. Can I ask Your Highness and Chris to come and join me for a quick discussion, question and answer session on the presentations? I don't know if anybody noticed as I did, there was a certain similarity between Sheila the Shetland and the gentleman you were talking about. I thought ginger hair, maybe.
Which gentleman?
Donald. Trump.
Oh, Donald. I don't mean that's very insulting to Sheila.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, your questions, please, for our morning's presenters. Don't be shy. Well, shall I ask one and see if I can get things going? Will, there was a recent roundup conducted by the Commoners Council and Red Wings and others on the moor, much in the way that the other moors, Dartmoor, Exmoor, and indeed the New Forest, do an annual collection of the animals and sorting out and so on. Did you witness it, and do you know whether it was effective and whether there's perhaps a scope for doing that on a regular basis?
I hope there's scope to doing it on a regular basis, because as you said, it's been done on Exmoor, Dartmoor, the New Forest. It's not currently done on Bodmin Moor. I wasn't present because I was doing Strictly Come Dancing at the time. I couldn't learn my Bollywood salsa and be there at the same time. I don't actually know, but Pip will know the results of that. But I'm very interested to find out. I'm sure it was beneficial. It was successful.
160 ponies taken off.
160 ponies taken off. Yeah.
45 claimed.
45 claimed. Oh, Pips, you got Mike.
15 claimed by a horse dealer who was fly grazing. And then Red Wings with Wild Horse Welfare and the Commons Council dealt with the 100 that weren't claimed. And I believe that there was in the region of 60 male stock that they're dealing with. And so all those claimed and turned back out were microchipped and the owners had to pay for the microchips.
Good, thanks very much. Okay, there's a question there. Could you please tell us your name and your organisation, if that's relevant? And
Richard Bridges, Worshipful Company of Farriers. Could I address this question to Chris Riggs, please? You've dealt in great detail, and thank you, the paucity of veterinary facilities and so on in China today. How much effort is going to farriery? Because that is equally important, possibly even more so, in a developing country. Thank you.
Just in case people didn't hear that, the question is about farriery in China.
Yes, that is a very good and important question. Quite a lot is what I would say. I mean, they have a network of farriers not registered in any way that we would recognize. A lot of their farriery practices are still quite old-fashioned in that the horses are trussed up in stocks and have their legs lifted and fixed lifted while they attend to their feet. But there is a strong migration towards more modern practices and effective foot care. And often one can see very good examples or examples of very good farriery. And when the farriery is bad, it's usually through neglect of the owner of the stables rather than poor workmanship. And often because they make no arrangements while their existing farrier is away, perhaps on a travelling show with the horses or something like that. So there isn't someone to stand in and look after the remaining horses. So we do, in the Hong Kong Jockey Club, have a focus on bringing on farriers as well, because again, we will want to employ farriers from mainland China. And we have quite a few farriers come down and spend time, particularly in our forge, serving our equestrian population rather than the racing population. So there are things going on, not in the same structured format as some of the veterinary programs, but there is, in ways, almost greater recognition by stables that they need a farrier than they need a vet. So.
Thank you. There's a lady over there. Can you just tell us your name and your question, please?
Hi there. My name is Robin Petrie-Ritchie. I live on a Dartmoor Hill farm, and together with my partner would be the 6th generation to take on our family's herd of Dartmoor ponies. I'd just like to draw your attention, really, for a moment, to the hundreds of foals which are still invisible, being bred and slaughtered after many years of discussion and little action. Also to the welfare of the mares who needlessly go through this endless breeding each year. The second part to this is that there is now a charity promoting the use of ponies for the human consumption meat market, stating that this is in a bid to save them. This is doing nothing more than creating a continual outlet for the poor quality stock. It is reducing our chances of retaining and managing our ancient herds, where we wish to market a small quantity of high quality rare breed ponies. The current management is to cull the foals rather than to limit the breeding. Having watched the culling year after year, I believe this is one of the biggest welfare issues in the UK, which deserves serious attention from governing bodies and welfare organisations. I just think it's important to realise that even though there is a Commoners' Council on Dartmoor, which is obviously just being formed on Bodmin, which is fantastic, but there are still invisible foals and mares, invisible horses, being bred every single year.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether anybody has anything particular to say. I think we register that there are problems. Everywhere has problems. Dartmoor has its specific problems, I recall. Thank you. We'll lodge that. I wanted to ask Your Highness, you gave us a fascinating presentation on what you have been able to do in the UAE for the endurance sport. Is there scope for taking the knowledge, the experience you have learnt and extending it into other countries? Are you currently helping, or are you able to help other countries in a similar way?
No doubt, it's not only for kind of UAE, but there are some problems in some other countries where speed was really the aim of the ride. And we had one ride in Germany, one ride in France, one ride in Morocco, and people really appreciate it and thought it is something workable.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. Any more questions? Yes, there's one here. Lady with red hair.
Hello, my name's Poppy Newton-Clare. I had a question for His Royal Highness. I was very interested myself. I got into the industry of welfare through a sponsored ride across Wadi Rum in Jordan, which I think Rolly Owens did years previous to me as well. My question was, I'm very intrigued by your Baltobe initiative. I did some research before today, and you're concerned with the culture of speed. And then I read up that a lot of people had the concern that if you remove the speed from the sport, that this will remove the competitive element. How do you intend to encourage competitiveness within the sport by reducing the speed?
Thank you. Did you understand the question?
You can explain.
Yes. The question is, if you remove speed as the pure criterion from the sport, how do you maintain competitiveness?
Really, it's the important about endurance ride, that you complete the ride and your horse is in good condition. And that is the art of endurance. And that is the competition. To get your horse to do, for example, 120 kilometers and to finish in a good condition, heart rate, everything. And that is the challenge, which is more than just going in front of the other and getting your horse killed, injured.
I guess one of the key criterion in judging the success of it is, are there as many competitors now as there were before?
Of course they are. Of course they are, and people said to me that who's then how we can sort of say you are the first and you are the second, but by the condition of the horse, you can really say this horse is really have a better condition than the others. There is the second one, there is the third one, and so on. By heart rate, by...
Thank you.
I hope it's...
Oh, upstairs. Somebody I can't see, but I'm confident is there.
Good morning. My name is Pierre Nases. I'm a veterinary consultant from Belgium. I have a first remark that it's a very good initiative to ask for CCTV in slaughterhouses, but equally important is, and maybe more important than CCTV, is education of the staff in the slaughterhouse. In my opinion, this was not sufficiently emphasized. My second point is a question for Mr. Riggs. Thank you for the insight in the veterinary care and education in China. My question is, how is the World Organization of Animal Health, let's say the United Nations of Animals, involved in the process in China? Because at OIE, they have a program, Performance of Veterinary Service, who make diagnosis of the veterinary care and education and all aspects of veterinary services. Have this ever been done in China? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So your first issue, I think, may be better handled in a subsequent panel debate today. But your second question was about the involvement of the OIE in China. Chris, to what extent are they involved?
Well, the OIE has certainly been involved with initiatives to which I'm well aware of, initiatives to develop disease-free zones and improve disease testing, etc., of horses. For instance, this training center that the Hong Kong Jockey Club is building is built on a disease-free zone which was developed between China working in very close collaboration with the OIE to allow them to stage the equestrian events of the 2010 Asian Games in China. You may be aware that the equestrian events of the 2008 Olympics had to be held in Hong Kong because there were no health agreements between countries that would send horses to the Olympics for those horses to return. So the OIE has worked closely with China in capacities like that. In terms of developing veterinary programs, etc., I'm not aware of any direct program that they are involved with at the moment.
Do you think the government of the People's Republic would be receptive?
I would hope so.
One more question, please. The lady here.
Hello, I'm Sally McCartney from Boehringer Ingelheim. I have a question for Chris Riggs. Can you be a bit more specific as to what the major hurdles are in making critical medicines available in mainland China?
So the question is, what are the critical hurdles in making available medicines in China?
The main hurdle is registration of the drugs, and it's not possible to import drugs into China legally unless they're registered in China. And it's a lengthy and very expensive process to get drugs registered for a company. And also you probably have to relinquish quite a lot of intellectual property in the process of doing that. And at the moment, the market is not really there to justify the financial investment that's required in that. So one of the objectives of many of us is to try and make that market bigger, to make the incentives greater, to grow pressure within China for access to these medicines. The problem is there is a big grey market for medicines, and many people import a lot of medicines in their suitcase when they come back from overseas. And that undermines, to my thinking anyway, undermines some of the pressure that otherwise might be brought to bear on the government to find solutions for these issues. So there are some medicines available in China, manufactured specifically for veterinary use in China, but the range is small and the quality is very variable.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. I'm afraid there's never enough time for everyone, because I'm very keen that everybody gets a chance to have a break and a cup of tea or coffee now. Can I, on your behalf, thank our presenters this morning for some really interesting presentations. And can I ask everyone to be back in their seats by 11:50, 10 to. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, sir, very much indeed. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps we better get on. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Right. Can you take your seats, please? Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your break. And I hope the film, which I spectacularly failed to spot before Will came up, has intrigued you into coming to the Charity in Action talks today in the Education Centre during lunch. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. We've seen some examples this morning of how charities seek out and help the invisible horses, but it's no secret that charities have been having a bit of a rough time of it recently after poor practices by a few organisations have been investigated by the media, leading to a loss of trust in charities in general. Anthony Hilton, a journalist who's been especially strong in his coverage of trust in banks, will turn his attention to trust in charities. But before he comes up, we've got another short film introducing our talks after lunch.
How was I to know what I was in for? For this thing called life. I thought my home would be forever. Each and every home. Each and every time. The more I think about my past, the more I wish it could have been different. But then the story goes cold. How did I end up here?
Your Highness, Lords, ladies and gentlemen, I am Anthony Hilton, and my day job is working for the Evening Standard, and I am here as a journalist to talk to you about trust, which some of you may regard as somewhat oxymoronic. And I would agree, it is a major challenge. What I want to do, actually, is to talk about the role of trust and the way it affects charities in the current environment. Interestingly, as you know, Donald Trump has just been elected in the United States. And it's quite interesting that that election has been defined by trust. Trust in Trump versus distrust in Clinton. And the interesting thing about trust is that it does deliver hope. And if distrust does the opposite. And I want to say that the two kinds of trust that we need to address here. There is, first of all, what I would call the intellectual trust. This is the trust that somebody will get a fair deal, the trust that somebody won't run off with the money. But there's also the emotional trust, which is, this bank won't run away with my money, but will I get a fair deal from dealing with them? And I think that for emotional trust, you have to be authentic. You have to, as it were, treat your customers fairly. And what we have, interestingly, in the issue of charities is a kind of conflation of these two things. It's been complicated, I think, by changes in society, less deference for authority and a loss of respect for experts. And as a consequence, society is losing the ability to discuss and relate to complex topics. And as a consequence of that, we have a media culture which is based on shock and surprise, shock and awe, one might say, and responses which are emotional rather than rational. It's so much of what do you feel rather than how much do you think. So I think that the issue that we have is when it comes to trust in this context, the issue is whether we how do I put this? The issue that we have to grasp is whether the trust that we are... Sorry, let me start again. I beg your pardon. Why is it that we do distrust charities? The Charities Commission last year, I think, published a study, and in which it said... Sorry, I've completely lost my place. Do forgive me. I'd better start again. The issue, sorry. So where I was, what I said was that the difficulty is that we have this gulf between intellectual trust and emotional trust. And we then move on to the issue of the trust in society. And the problem we have is, I think, that media stories, like The Kids Company, undermine trust. Coverage of how donations is spent tends to undermine trust. You don't know where the money goes, and we have high-pressure fundraising. And too much is spent on advertising, as it were, and on wages. So we have the issue of symptoms, not causes. And I'm not doing this very well. I do apologize. We have the issue of symptoms, not causes. And when it comes to charities, the small is favored over the big, and the home is favored over the overseas. Sorry, I do apologize. I'm sort of drying up here. What I really need to focus on is that there's a cultural shift. Sorry, I do. Let me focus. We have symptoms, not cause. I do apologize. And the perception is that charities have become an end in themselves, that they exist not to solve problems, but to help to help their own organizations. Sorry, I'm having a problem here. Yes, shall I go second? Yeah, I do apologize.
So, Anthony, thank you. We will, if we may, come and perhaps cover the subject in the Q&A session in a moment. In the meantime, may I introduce Kian Murphy, who's very kindly standing in for his colleague Michelle Madden, who unfortunately is unwell. Kian will take the charity story on with his insight into the views of charity supporters on rebuilding trust.
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies to those of you who were expecting Michelle and who are absolutely looking forward to her, but you're stuck with me. So yeah, I think today I'd just like to talk a bit about trust in charities, you know, why we're in the situation we are at the moment, where it seems that trust in charities is very volatile. People aren't sure that they can trust the motivations and the actions of charities, and people are quite suspicious. A little bit about that and sort of some of the recent history of it, and can we expect that to continue? And also a little bit about what charities can do to, well, to turn things around, I suppose, and to regain some of that public trust that seems to have been lost in recent years. And hopefully that's kind of a learning for charities in general, and hopefully something that, as a sector, the charity sector can make some changes to win people back over. So just to start off, charities are in a difficult place at the moment. So I'm sure you'll be familiar with all of these stories. We had, of course, Kids Company, some absolute mismanagement happening in that organisation. It became very prominent in the media last year. With the very sad case of Olive Cook, who some of you may remember was a poppy seller who the media, some elements of the media, unfortunately, blamed charity fundraising for her taking her own life. And this Age UK story as well, where Age UK was criticised for not offering the best possible tariff to some of its beneficiaries, or to some older people. And all of this has kind of combined with a certain, I suppose it has resonated with people. It has touched something in people that they already had a certain level of distrust. And that really has manifested itself in, for some charities, falling donations, and in general, a public outcry at what charities have been doing. It's manifested itself in a desire for greater regulation. So we can see here, this is from a survey of the public we conducted. We're saying that 76% of the public think we need tighter regulation of fundraising. And okay, well, everybody wants more regulation. It's a very easy thing to say. But even when you put that in a stronger position, so saying that 71% of the public think we should have more regulation, even if it means less money for the causes that charities are working on. 71% of people agree with that statement. So it's not enough, I think, to say that people are, you know, distrusting and that's okay, we can just get on as we did before. The fact is that a lot of people, a lot of donors, a lot of people who are really interested in charities think that it needs better fundraising better regulation for fundraising to work better. 68% of the public also believe that Parliament should be doing more to scrutinise the activities of charities. I think the role of the media is important in this as well. And I think the media, in fairness, have been generally sympathetic over the years to the aims of charities, to the causes of charities, and have felt themselves to be, you know, presenting the issues that charities work on to the public in a very favourable light. But these stats here are from a survey of journalists that we carry out regularly. And we're saying that 55% of people believe the media needs to do, 55% of journalists believe that the media needs to do more to scrutinise charity. 77% believe there will be more critical media coverage of charities in the future. And nearly half agree with the statement that I mentioned earlier, that more regulation of charities is needed, even if it means charities raise less money. So while the media has been a friend to charities over the years, I think it's fair to say they see themselves as a critical friend. And for charities and for the rest of us in the public, we shouldn't expect critical or sceptical coverage of charities to just blow over. It is something that's going to continue, and it's something that charities need to address if they're going to turn around the issue of public trust. The net result of all of this is that trust in charities is very volatile. So what we're looking at here is a number of institutions in Britain, and the proportion of people who say that they trust a great deal or quite a lot each of these institutions. And about half of people saying that they trust charities a great deal or quite a lot. And that's extremely variable. So much more so, I think, than most of those other institutions up there. Banks, which have recovered a little bit in recent years, political parties, which tend to be at the bottom, and the NHS, which is perennially popular. But so charities fluctuate a lot more. And well, why is that? Part of the reason is that interest in and media coverage of charities fluctuates a lot. People like to talk about silly season, and actually coverage of charities tends to be greater in the summer when there's not as much other political stuff going on. And so the net result is that, yes, charities have recovered trust a little bit in recent waves of our research. We've just done one which isn't shown here, which shows it's actually gone up again. But is that because people just aren't talking about charities in the media anymore? And if that is the case, is that good enough? Or should charities be trying to build a greater, stronger underlying trust among people? And I would argue that, yes, that is what charities should be trying to do. So what is it that causes this disconnect in trust? I think a lot of it is down to the way that charities communicate with people. Some of it is down to genuine bad behaviour, mismanagement and so on. I think there is enough regulation in place to deal with that, particularly with new fundraising regulation. But a lot of it is down to communication. So people often don't realise maybe that charities are often large, professional organisations, many paid members of staff, and that they don't do this for the betterment of the charity, but for the betterment of the cause. And that for many complicated, difficult problems, you need a professional organisation to deal with that. And I think charities have been sort of happy enough to ride the coattails of people thinking, oh, it's a charity, that means it's run out of the parish hall, it's something very small, it's almost all volunteers. And that isn't the case for many large organisations. And I would argue that charities maybe haven't been forthright enough in defending that position and in explaining to people why they spend their money and how they spend their money. I think that's reflected in a lack of certainty in how charities operate among the public. So what we're seeing here is the proportion of people who believe that each of the following job positions are paid or unpaid. Now you can see that people generally do get it right. So obviously people believe that volunteers are unpaid, except for the 3% of people at the bottom. I'm not sure what they were thinking. Chief executives, most people think that they are paid. But in between, there's a lot of grey area and a lot of uncertainty. People unsure about trustees. Actually, I think trustees is the only one that people more or less get wrong. Trustees generally an unpaid position, but a lot of uncertainty around that. And all along, a huge number of people saying that they're not sure or they're not completely sure. And that reflects a lack of understanding about how charities work, because most people don't really think about it beyond giving money to the charity and thinking about the cause at the end. I think as well, it's reflected in how people view how charities spend their money. So we asked people, here's a list of things that charities can spend their money on. Do you think they're wasteful or worthwhile? You know, a lot of people quite sympathetic towards charities. People saying, yeah, of course you should be spending money on developing a website. You should be advertising because that's how you bring in the money that helps you to do the wonderful things you do for your cause. But skepticism as well around things like having offices in London. You know, and I think charities need to do more to explain that, well, if you expect us to be influential in Parliament on your behalf, well, a London-based office is pretty well and essential for that. And other things as well. So this is, if a charity told you that they'd each of the following statements, would it make you happy that they would spend the donation well? So in other words, how reassuring are each of these statements? And I suppose these are things that charities don't talk about enough. So no member of staff ever travelled first class in expenses. Well, you know, I work exclusively with charities and I've never met a charity where anyone does that. But charities don't do well enough, I think, at explaining it to the public and explaining that they treat their donation very well. And, you know, as we were hearing earlier, that you're thinking about that donation from the older person or the schoolgirl, and, you know, you really value it. And again, I know that in every charity I've worked with, that is the case. People really do care about how money is spent. They think about it. And if they spend money on fundraising, that's because they think they'll raise more and will raise more for the cause. And I just think that charities need to be a little bit more forthright and a little bit more outgoing about how they spend their money, why they spend their money, and the impact of that at the end. So I suppose in summary, charities should be more transparent in how they spend their money. It should be easier for supporters to find out the information that they want. If you want to know how much your chief executive is paid or how much you spend on the cause as opposed to other areas, that should be very easy to find on your website if people want to go out and seek it. I think charities should do more explaining. So why do charities do the things that they do? You why do you have an office in London? Why do you employ people to do X, Y, and Z? The charity will have thought about these things. It will have a good reason for it. It needs to do more to convey those reasons to its supporters, who can be skeptical or wanting to trust, but have been put off by all the recent media coverage. They need to do more listening as well. I think this is particularly true for fundraising. So for many years in our research, we saw that people were very annoyed by certain kinds of fundraising, felt it very intrusive, and yet charities kind of said, well, we're still getting the money, so that's not really a problem. I think listening more and being more honest and saying, okay, this is upsetting people, we might make less money, but long term it's better for building a relationship with our supporters. I think that would be great. I think RNLI, for example, the Royal National Lifeboats Institute, made a voluntary decision for all communication with them to be opt-in. So in the sense that if you signed up to a direct debit with the RNLI, you would have to specifically tick a box to say, please get in touch with me in the future before they would be allowed to contact with you. They predicted that that would lose them some money, but that it would strengthen their relationship with their supporters, and I think it has. It's now about to become the law anyway for all charities, but RNLI were first there. Better standards, very important. So we have a new set of fundraising regulation that's coming in to respond to some of the public concerns about fundraising and about their trust in charities. That's on its way in very shortly. Trusteeship is also hugely important and is maybe talked about a little less. So the issues that happened at the kids' company, for example, were certainly down to poor management at the board level and not enough oversight at the executive level. I think charities need to be more willing to accept standards of trusteeship and to put more effort into training their trustees as well. Finally, I think communication about how charities are regulated. As it is, Charity Commission and up to 10 other organisations, including the fundraising regulator and various government departments, are regulating charities. You cannot be a large charity doing lots of work and not have lots of people looking over your shoulder about what you're doing. Now that is only as it should be. If you're spending large amounts of money, often public money, otherwise donated money, then you need to make sure it's spent well. But charities need to tell people about this more, because people can find that reassuring that there is somebody there looking after charities. Okay, so that's my ideas of how we can make the charity sector a bit more trusted. Thank you very much.
Kian, thank you very much indeed. And Anthony, thanks for joining us. I promise you that it's happened to all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can see one hand going up. Michael, let's start.
No microphone. Michael Baines.
It's coming.
Michael Baines, trustee of this charity. Could I ask the first question? I think that those of us who are trustees would accept the way the world's going and as you describe it, and more disclosure, transparency is something that we have to live with this world. I went through it as a banker, which I saw was very much at the bottom of the list in terms of trust, but hopefully charities will never get that low. But one of the issues that is interesting about this, and I ask you how you think, is that all this extra regulation and scrutineering that's coming is making it more difficult to get trustees because they're worried about what it means for them. Yeah. I'd like your views on that, if I may.
And I'm sure there are lots of trustees in the room. Kian, have you got...
Yeah, I think that's fair enough to say, and I think it argues for more training for trustees, so that trustees will know what they're getting into. It also argues maybe for relaxing the restrictions on paying trustees. So at the moment, trustees tend to not be a hugely diverse bunch in terms of age, gender, and background. And one of the reasons for that is that they're largely unpaid positions. And I think maybe loosening some of the restrictions on that to allow trustees to devote more time to oversight and looking into that kind of regulatory frameworks would possibly be a good thing, although I very much understand the reasons for restricting trusteeship to that kind of voluntary service only.
And Anthony, how do you think that the press would respond to the suggestion that more trustees should be paid?
Probably not very well. I think that you have a similar issue with getting non-executive directors or getting pensions trustees, and I think something happens when you actually make someone professional. I'm not convinced. I think what you lose, obviously, is the sense of accountability, and you gain a kind of groupthink that things will go along certain lines. But I think that the basic problem one has in this space is that, on the one hand, charities have had to become much more professional. But in becoming professional, they're in danger of losing their ethos and getting involved with commercial activities which are perhaps a bit too commercial, shall we say. And on the other hand, you have the issue of accountability. So my view of where charities should be going is very much on what we just heard from Ciaran, but they need to be very upfront about how much money they have, where they are spending it, and what they hope to achieve by spending it. What difference did this make? Plus, I think they need to say, we spent this money and it didn't work. It didn't work because of X, and this is what we're going to do in future. So they need to be much more open about the successes and the failures and focus on that. When it comes to trustees, there is a perception, I think, that the governance of charities is poor. That a lot of trustees are in it for the glory or the ego rather than the functionality, in it for the position. And there is a perception as well that the Charities Commission is often behind the pace because there are so many charities, and they cover such a vast range, from Eton College and Cambridge through to the local charity shop. So I think that trustees have a role, but I don't think that professionalizing trustees is actually going to work, or paying them is going to work.
Okay, thanks. There's a lady there. And then...
Is it possible to...
Can you tell us your name, please?
Sorry, I'm Edwina LeMay. Is this working?
Yes, it's working.
Okay. Can I revert to this morning's session, or is that not possible?
Can we confine this one to
Yes,
these speakers? Okay. Yes, lady there.
Hi, this is for Anthony. Thank you for your speech. You cut off short. It was very inspirational still. One of your points you touched on home is favoured overseas. I've experienced that a lot with going into working with the working animals in developing countries. I've been criticised for my passion, saying, I know the donkeys are very cute, but can't you go and help some children down the road? I've had that said to me quite frequently. How do you personally feel we could reduce this idea of charity starts at home? Because it's an issue I'm experiencing myself.
Yeah, this was I think you mentioned charity begins at home being a problem for those who are trying to do work overseas. Was it you, Anthony? Yes, it was. And how do we overcome that for the charities that are working overseas?
Yes, it's quite interesting that in terms of favourability of charities, I mean, only roughly half the population trust charities. It's, I think, 5.5 out of 10, or they only half trust charities, whichever you want to put it. But the skewing of home and away is really quite strong, that 70%, if you like, trust charities which are close to home, and only 30% those that are overseas. And you get a similar issue between small and big. But I mean, there are parallels elsewhere with this, that if you think about business, trust in business is the worst it's been in a generation. But that is actually, when you probe through it, distrust of utilities or distrust of supermarkets. It's not distrust of your local shop on the high street or distrust of your local garage. So I think that the issue for overseas charities particularly is one where they have to be doubly transparent. That there is a feeling that charities have become an end in themselves. Rather like with finance, that finance was meant to be a servant of the community, and finance became an end in itself. The purpose of a bank became not to lend money, it became to make money. And there's a feeling with overseas charities that they have this issue too, that it is far more about the jobs and the career path of those in charge than the delivery on the ground. And that's before you get into the, as it were, economic intellectual arguments about whether aid actually is food aid good, or does it create dependency and put local farmers out of business. So you have two problems. One is the accountability and the visibility and so on needs to be much more obvious. And the second is actually, what are you doing, and is it creating a long-term solution? And I think you have issues in both camps, sir.
Thank you. There's a lady up in the middle there.
Siobhan Mullen from the University of Bristol Veterinary School. Thanks very much for a really interesting session. We've just finished some research working with World Horse Welfare, looking at welfare challenges to horses in England and Wales. And this whole concept of trust really made me think of one of the things that's come out of our research, which is that it hasn't always been clear to horse owners and others involved in caring for horses where they should be looking for and getting appropriate advice. And I completely take your points about maybe sort of trusting charities in general and perhaps how money is spent, but I wonder whether you could comment a bit on whether that then knocks onto the actual messages. My feeling is that charities still have got the trust of people when it comes to the messages, but I'd be interested in your views.
Yeah, so I think that's a really interesting area. I think we heard earlier the idea that after Brexit, people are very skeptical of experts and want to hear from ordinary people or people on the ground. I think what's really interesting is that charities can speak to both sides of that. So in some sense, a charity will employ some of the best experts in its field. So, you know, if you want somebody to talk about housing, why would you not go to shelter? If you want somebody to talk about horses, why would you not go to World Horse Welfare? But it also has that kind of authenticity of being on the ground and in working directly on the areas involved. And I think for that reason, yeah, charities still do remain quite trusted as a voice on policy and on advice and things like that. So again, some research we did during the summer after Brexit, we asked, you know, who would you trust to comment on areas of national policy? And I think charity employees came out just below academics, doctors, and economists. So it's not bad.
Is that good?
Well, I'm not sure being below economists is great, but seeing the list of people that you were above, including politicians, wasn't bad.
Anthony, do you have a comment?
My only issue here would be, don't get too close to politicians and politics. I mean, that charities or government in cutting spending has moved a lot onto charities, and one is never quite clear whether the objective is to deliver service or to save money. And I think that part of the difficulty charities have has been from this, the delivery of former government services probably not done particularly well. So I think that with politicians and with aggressive lobbying, it's best to use a long spoon, I think. I think there's a danger in charities in getting too closely identified with the government of the day or a political party or a political strand.
Quite. Chris, you have, want the opportunity to fire back.
Just make one point. I think a great thing about charities is their relative independence. But sometimes I think that is seen as a weakness as well, in that they operate independently as well. And certainly I see that in China with lots of different projects going on all around. And in the end result is probably worth a lot less than the sum of the component parts. And if there is something that could coordinate everything together a lot more effectively, it might be the other way around. And I've come across that as concern people have in investing in charities. And what happened in Haiti is a very good example of that gone really wrong.
Right, thanks. I think we've got time for... Can we have one more question? One more question? Oh, up there. I can see a lot of waving going on.
Stephen Blakeway, the Donkey Secretary. How much of a responsibility do you feel that charities have to engage in education? And obviously for overseas charities, that sort of would be considered to be part of development education and explaining the world to people who don't really understand probably what we're doing overseas. And that may be why their trust is slightly less than it would be to a home charity, which is more obvious to in front of them.
Very important question. The role of charities in education. Anthony, do you have a view on that?
Well, it depends on what the objective of the charity is. I mean, if we're talking about this charity, then clearly the education of people to treat their horses better is a fundamental long-term objective, and much better, in fact, than alleviating the symptoms that emerge in terms of the future. If we're talking about public schools and whether they should be charities, I think that's a completely different issue. And one of the problems, I think, with the charity sector generally is it has such a range of organizations, and it has many which are structured essentially to minimize tax rather than to deliver a specific service. And so perhaps the charity sector needs to be rationalized more. And education has a role within charities, but it is a completely different proposition from what we're talking about today, or indeed the local charity shop on a high street.
Yeah, I would say that it definitely does depend on the charitable objectives of the organisation. I think charities as a sector, though, have a role in educating the public about the work they do, again, as charities, and understanding how they do things, why they do things, and so on. I think that the challenge, though, is that, you know, as Anthony is saying, it's a very diverse sector. Not everybody can afford to do that, to talk to the public. So I'd like to see something like the Charity Commission spending more time educating the public on how charities work and understanding a little bit more about the professionalization of the charity sector and what kind of implications that has.
Very good. Thank you. Now, thank you, Anthony and Kian. Now it's time for our discussion panel, and it's my pleasure to welcome Suzanne Dando Reynolds to the stage with our panelists. Suzanne will be well known to many of you through her career as a gymnast and more recently with Sky Sports, her role in Octopussy, and really importantly also her support for Riding for the Disabled and, of course, World Horse Welfare. Before the panel comes up, we have another of our short films.
I work with several partner organisations in South Africa and now Lesotho, helping them to improve the welfare of working horses. There are many different development programs that involve livestock, and yet they tend to focus on productive animals, or animals that are regarded as productive, such as sheep and goats and cattle. Yet they almost always exclude horses. It's almost as if they're invisible. And I think this is something that World Horse Welfare is seeking to change, to put working horses firmly back on the development agenda.
Thank you, Rupert. Your Royal Highness, Your Highness, Lords, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that part of the conference where we get the chance to hear the personal and expert views of our panel, and I'll introduce them in just a second. But it also gives you another opportunity to voice your opinions and indeed ask some questions of our panel. We do have a lot to talk about. I know we're a little bit behind, but it's not a debate as we've had in previous years, but our aim is to create a good, healthy and lively, I'm not sure we'll be able to match the liveliness of what's been going on in America just the last 24 hours, and nor would we want to be, but hopefully at times it will be a robust discussion as well. So please let me introduce our panel now. Our first panelist graduated from Nottingham University with a first in English, a member of the Labour Party since she was the age of 16. She was promoted to the front benches in 2010, and in 2014 she was appointed a Shadow Environment Minister. In 2015 she made the decision to step down from the front benches to concentrate on her engineering and environmental interests. Ladies and gentlemen, the Labour MP for Penistone and Stocksbridge, Angela Smith. Thank you, Angela. If you wouldn't mind taking the far seat. Thank you. Our next guest qualified and practiced as a veterinary surgeon, obtaining a PhD in livestock reproduction from the Royal Veterinary College, University of London. For 20 years, he was Director of Animal Ethics and Welfare at GSK. A former Director of Equine Science and Welfare at the British Horse Racing Authority, he currently is a member of the Animal Health and Welfare Board of England. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tim Morris. Thank you, Tim. Now, just after 18 months as editor of the biggest monthly circulation of the equine magazine Horse and Rider, our next guest was awarded the Editor of the Year in 2015. With many years of equine experience and plenty of equine qualifications, she is perfectly positioned to steer not only Horse and Rider, but its sister publication, Pony Magazine. When not at her desk, she can be found with her other great love, and that's Ted, a 16-year-old Irish gelding. Would you please welcome Louise Kittle? Thank you, Louise. Now, next is one of Britain's leading event riders and a member of the silver medal winning team at the 2014 World Championships. This young man was born to ride. His success at the top level comes as no surprise given his background. His father was the 3 times Olympic gold medalist, the late Richard Meade. Harry, however, remains the youngest rider to have ever received the much sought-after Armada Dish, awarded for 5 badminton completions. And I think anyone who knows badminton knows how difficult that feat is. In 2013, though, Harry suffered career-threatening injuries in a rotational fall, but astounded everyone by making a remarkable and very quick recovery. And we're delighted he's here with us today. Please welcome Harry Meade. Thank you, Harry. Now, if you were here with us first thing this morning, you will recognise our final panellist. He's been around horses all of his professional life. Appointed president of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons in 1993, he joined World Horse Welfare in 2007 and has been our chairman these past 5 years. Known for his caring but practical approach, his tenure as chairman comes to an end this year, but his input to World Horse Welfare over the years has been immeasurable. And we are delighted he plans to remain very closely involved with the charity. Our current chairman, Barry Johnson. I'd just like to say I'm not checking emails or texts or anything, but it is a stopwatch because I'm under strict instructions to stick to an hour if we've still got an hour rolling. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. Our topic of conversation is what should the role of charity in equine welfare be here in the UK? And what we've done is we divided this topic into 4 brief or broad categories. They are handling welfare emergencies, prosecutions and sentencing, the education of horse owners, which we briefly touched on just a minute ago, but also campaigning to improve legislation and enforcement. Once we've heard our comments from the panel, we will open it up to the floor to hear your views and some questions after each category, providing we have enough time. As you know, we have some microphones, so if you could make sure you put your hands up or indeed stand up so we can see you clearly and we can get those microphones to you as quickly as possible. Right, our first category then is handling welfare emergencies. And Barry, perhaps I can come to you first. Who is best placed to handle equine welfare emergencies?
Well, depending on the state of the emergency, but to my mind, a genuine emergency like a road traffic accident, a horse stuck in a dike, etc., then the veterinary surgeon is the person by training and experience to be in the best position to take control of the situation and to secure the site and make sure that the facilities that he needs to rescue the situation are available, whether it's the fire brigade or the police or horse transport, before the actual rescue takes place.
Harry, your views on that?
I suppose from the public's point of view, if you find a horse in that kind of situation, how do you get put in touch with the right person? And whether you call the emergency services, whether you call a charity, but it's having, getting the contact with the right person as quick as possible to help out in that emergency.
But it's not always easy, is it, to find that right person if someone doesn't have access to a vet, if they're standing there with a casualty. They might not be able to have access to a vet.
Well, hopefully the police would have access to vets in their local area who were used to handling equine emergencies. And one of the great problems with equine emergencies is that people seem as if they wish to dive in and help. And it's an extremely dangerous situation when a horse is injured and frightened. Then a lot of people become very severely injured. And so somebody who understands the situation, and in every area there are practicing vets who can get there pretty quickly, and the police will certainly know where to get hold of them.
Angela, who do you feel would be best placed?
Well, I make the point that Harry's actually made. I think it's partly as well about making sure that the members of the public know who to go to, first of all. So I think there's a role for the equine welfare sector here. I actually believe charities do have a role to play in educating the public. And I think there's a real role here in educating the public about what to do if they come across an emergency of this nature. So I agree, diving in is potentially very dangerous, as Barry pointed out, and I think we really do need to educate the public on that point.
Okay. And Tim, your view on this?
I think there's a role for passion and commitment in the early stages of marshalling a response, but I very much echo what Barry said about especially true emergencies rather than crises of welfare. That's a very difficult situation. And let me just give an example where I think we have moved on. The police have very much moved on in understanding in those sort of road traffic things. They call the right people, they have a network of contacts. And one of the most outstanding things that's happened in the last 15 years is how the fire and rescue services have changed. And actually there's been a true partnership between specialist equine vets and the fire and rescue services, which has really transformed the way we handle equine casualties. And they've taught us a hell of a lot. So I think the enthusiasm is important, but amateurism can sometimes go badly wrong.
Louise?
Yes, I agree that it's most important that people understand to go to the police and that they would be the responsible people to first of all contact. I think in a wider emergency, if we're talking potentially more crisis, then obviously charities are really well placed to coordinate a larger effort or be involved with the emergency services.
But it's also surely about combining all those would be much beneficial if they all were combined.
Well, I think they do combine. I think you find that when a crisis occurs, the fire brigade will help the initial emergency services, and charities or local horse organisations will provide transport in order to get the animals away from the dangerous site and hospitalised until the owner is safe enough to come and collect them. So I think the system does work. In each local community, people know who they can turn to, but it needs the police initially to know to get the fire and rescue and the local vet, and then it spreads out to contact a livery yard to keep the horse in or wherever.
Do we have any comments or questions from the floor on this particular subject? Who would be best placed to handle equine welfare emergencies? A lady at the back.
Hi, Jeanette Allen from the Horse Trust. I think the point was made very briefly and should probably be emphasised. There are two different questions here. There's the emergency of a horse in a place where it shouldn't be. So it's in an accident, it's in a ditch, it's owned or unowned, and that is a matter for the emergency services working with trained vets. And can I emphasise there is training available to vets to specialise in trauma care because it is a specialist field. And barter are a very good place to go to for that. But when it comes to the mass rescue, which the welfare crisis, that's a completely different kettle of fish. And you'll very rarely get support from emergency services for those kind of situations. You're more likely to get statutory support from your trading standards to work with the charities in order to look at whether, how to seize the horses, where to place the horses, and whether or not the horses actually need to be euthanized on clinical grounds. So they are two completely different questions, and I think we just need to be very clear. We as a charity provide training for firefighters and police officers to help them deal with the first kind of incident, and then all of us in the room who work for equine charities do come together, and we've all been talking today about two different mass rescues going on at the moment, like Bodmin, and how we can work together to rescue as many horses as possible.
Thank you. Do you have any comments on that? I mean, I think that we were saying about I think she just mentioned that the emergency services you won't always get on mass rescues, but they are normally there, aren't they?
We wouldn't expect the emergency services at a mass rescue. That's where the charities would take a lead, because they'll have been studying that situation for often quite a long period of time beforehand. And they usually working together. Quite often World Horse Welfare will be working with the RSPCA or Red Wings or Blue Cross or whoever to create a situation to remove 50 or 60 horses. And so they'll have prepared the field for that, and they're in charge of that situation. They also are in a position, if there's going to be a prosecution, to be able to make sure that the right samples are taken and recorded properly, and all the procedures are done in order to end up with a successful prosecution. And the police are then called in when that's around. But I agree entirely that it's a totally separate emergency. It's a major event that involves an awful lot of people, and it's a very hazardous event. But they're the people who would take charge, the local charities who are dealing with it, along with the RSPCA.
Angela?
But I think the point as well here, though, is that the average member of the public who is not involved in any way at all with horses and just knows very little about welfare issues may not be able to interpret in that first instance what the appropriate response should be. So it's really important to have a clear sense for members of the public of who to go to first, and surely the welfare sector, the charity sector and the police can work together to ensure that if a call is made to the police and it's more appropriate that an equine welfare charity should deal with it, that communication and relationship is there so that the appropriate response can be made.
It's building that relationship.
Building that relationship is important, yeah.
Any more questions or comments? We have a gentleman at the back.
My name is Joe Collins. I work for the Donkey Sanctuary in Ireland, and which covers the 6 counties in the north of Ireland as well. And I want to make the comment that I know the question and answer session is about who should manage, but I think we're often, and we in Ireland receive hundreds of complaints from the public every year. We're often, as a charity, at the point of having to manage the public's perception, and the public expect us to. We may not necessarily be the correct people to manage emergencies or even, emergency type situations, but the public phone us, contact us, email us, social media us every day, and the public expect. And so for an equine welfare charity, we're at the point where we then have to triage those calls, and we then have to have the contacts. I agree with Barry, we may not be the appropriate people, but we have to have the contacts with emergency services and others, and to know how to deal with those so-called emergency calls. And I echo the MP who says the public don't necessarily understand the relevant or the priorities in equine welfare, but we have to manage their expectations.
Do the public expect too much of the charities?
I think this word emergency, I spent 40 years dealing with emergencies at 6 o'clock on a Sunday night that have existed for a full week. And the charities deal with emergencies where it's a horse stood in a field without a blanket and it happens to be raining. So somebody has to triage. These are very real people who see what they think is an emergency, and they have to be fielded by the charities or veterinary practices the best they can.
Any other comments? Any other questions? Yes, the lady over there.
Anne Vesti from the Society of Welfare for Horses and Ponies. I find I attended a very good conference the other day given by the local Hampshire Fire and Rescue. They are a wonderful organisation. And talking to them, I can see some of the pitfalls they're up against. I, as a welfare officer for the British Horse Society, am called out quite regularly by the police and local people if there's a loose horse on the road or there's a road traffic accident. The local police don't carry head collars, they don't know who owns the horses, and quite often they're traffic police rather than country police. In that situation, Hampshire Fire and Rescue agreed that people with welfare knowledge are of great assistance to them and the local police, because quite often this happens at weekends when a lot of the big organisations are 9 to 5, and a lot of people are called out just to manage the owners of the horses, not to interfere with the authorities who are dealing with the emergency, like the Hampshire Fire and Rescue or the police. It's to actually hold the hand of the people who own the horses, who maybe not can not be realistically controlled at that point, seeing their horse in distress. But they need to be able to help those people and to find out who owns these horses. So I think everyone has a part to play.
Well, they do have a part to play, don't they? Any comments on that?
Yes.
Tim?
I think sometimes perhaps we don't ask for help enough. Certainly in the county where I live, Hertfordshire, the Police and Crime Commissioner has made issues like loose horses a big issue, not just dealing with them, but dealing with the causes of them as well, and making sure it's joined up. After the weekend, the local officers, who know often where the cause is, will go and try and prevent it for the future. So I think we shouldn't be shy of using not only the police themselves, but their accountability mechanisms, which is now the Police and Crime Commissioner, because I've found them remarkably responsive.
Thank you. Well, let's move on to our next category, which is prosecutions and sentencing. And the question here is, why are charities in England and Wales expected to take on the burden of enforcement and prosecution of the Animal Welfare Act when other countries do this through the police and the equivalent of the Crown Prosecution Service? Angela, perhaps I can come to you on this.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you.
I'm sure you have a view on this.
Absolutely, I do. And look, in an ideal world, we would start in a different place. I think the CPS would undertake that role. Let's be clear about that. But we are where we are on this. And there's a long tradition in this country of, particularly in England and Wales, of allowing the charity sector, the third sector, to take on broadly the responsibility for prosecuting animal welfare offences. And I mean, we're talking primarily about the RSPCA here. The RSPCA has built up the skills and the experience, the expertise over many generations in doing this work. If there are people out there, and there are people out there who want to change that situation, then I would suggest that that would take a very long time. It would take a very long time to deliver the necessary change. So you would have to see the government dedicating the financial resource to the CPS so that over time it can develop the expertise and the financial resources to do that work. And it would have to be done in partnership with the RSPCA. And I would suggest that it would take a very long period of time to get to the point where the RSPCA would have the confidence to say, and other welfare charities as well, to say, actually, yes, we think they can do a good job. What you shouldn't do, and what we shouldn't do, is take that role away overnight. That would be disastrous. It would leave a vacuum. I was on the select committee that's looked at this recently. The report is published next Wednesday. So what you're getting is my view of the matter. But overwhelmingly, welfare charities gave in evidence to the committee a view that if the RSPCA primarily didn't do this work, who would? Exactly. You cannot change the situation overnight. We have to be sensible about this.
Harry, do you agree there with Angela?
Yeah, I have to say I don't know a huge amount about this topic, but if you've talked about ideally the CPS doing it, and realistically it's unlikely that's going to happen, and they need you've got really the resources, the skills, and then the costs. And if one of the hurdles for charities raising money is, we saw earlier that people don't like giving if they think it's going to be put towards expensive legal cases. And if the government aren't going to, if the CPS isn't going to take on cases, then whether there's some way of keeping it so that it's outsourced to the charities, but there is some funding that goes from the government to the charities in order to, so they don't take on the full responsibility. Whether that's living in a dream world, I don't know, but they would seem, if they're not going to take on the full responsibility, then actually keeping it the way it is with the charities doing it, but with some funding from the government to the charities to take on that responsibility or keep doing that responsibility would be a nice alternative.
Tim, even if it was part funding, it would help.
I think that the difficulty is putting together both the investigation and the enforcement and the prosecution. I'll be corrected, but I think it's well over 3/4, if not 90% of the non-statutory advice notices from the RSPCA are adhered to. That's a stunning figure and just shows how advice, help, and a little bit of pushing can really help. So how do you build on that? But what do you do when it really goes wrong? And my personal view is that I do see a lot of attraction from the system in Scotland, where the expertise of the charities, and particularly the SSPCA, the Scottish Society of Protection of Animals, is focused on delivering the information, but then there is a separated prosecution. And the reason for that comes back to the topic we talked about, which is trust. In the old days, the police investigated and prosecuted. Nobody would suggest going back to that now. And my personal feeling, it would be an advance. And I think that the charity sector, plus some of those who've given groups like the RSPCA a hard time, ought to rally round, that's my personal view, for that kind of separation and work together on it.
Louise?
I think the Scottish model is an excellent one for us to look at, but I think the most important thing is that those prosecutions go ahead, because otherwise charities are just symptomatically dealing with these animals, and there is no comeback on people that are routinely mistreating them.
I think the Scottish model is an interesting one, and as I suggested, look, if we want to move towards that in England and Wales, fine, but we need to be careful about how we do that, and we would have to take a considerable period of time to deliver it. And as I say, what you don't do is change the position overnight. The other point to bear in mind is that the charities like the RSPCA have significant budgets. I think they have £123 million a year. If a lot of that resource was freed up to be spent on investigation, then inevitably what we would get as well, and it's just something to consider, is even further pressure on the CPS. It may well deliver a higher level of prosecution because the RSPCA would have more resource to spend on investigation. Now, that may be a very good thing, but when you're in government and you're thinking about how best to spend your resource and how to balance spending within the CPS, you've got to be careful about how you allocate resources and what the tensions and pressures are going to be on the public purse. So we've got to be careful on this. What I don't want to see, and I think Louise made the point, is a vacuum appearing in which animal welfare standards are seen to slip and more people are getting away with cruel treatment of animals.
Well, we don't want the standards to slip, but would it help if the prosecutions were tougher? I mean, am I right in thinking Northern Ireland increased their maximum prison sentence to 5 years, yet why are we not doing that here in England and Wales? Would that not help deter?
The thing I'd say about this subject is that no good's ever come out of a prosecution. You know, the prosecution is the very end of the line. When things go wrong with animals, the retraining, the educating, the advice, the help and assistance is all a very positive way of improving the plight of the animal. Prosecutions eventually have to take place, but nobody would be under any illusions that they're going to do any good by doing that. And in order to get the prosecutions, we need the RSPCA. And although I'm often quoted as being critical of the RSPCA, all of us involved in horse welfare need a strong RSPCA at this moment in time. And so I support what they do.
What about the increase in fines rather than...
You're finding people with no money. And if you say to people, we'll take all the horses off you and you can't have any horses anymore, next week the horses belong to their cousin. So you take those off, and the week after it belongs to the granny. And this just goes on. That's the reality of what happens with prosecutions.
Let's open that to the floor if anyone has a... We have a lady down here in the centre here.
Hi there, my name's Lulu Kiriakou. I'm a freelance journalist, amongst other things. In the last 3 years, I've found a half-dead, sadly for it, pony on a horse farm near Newmarket where I live. The guy responsible and his merry bunch of friends got away with it, but as his farm is surrounded by public roads, I drove past there on a regular basis for the next 6 months, while the 15 or 20 or so mares and foals, yearlings and other followers starved to death, ate ragwort, ate the oak trees round the fence. And because I'm a journalist, I took photographs from the public roads, provided the whole thing, and then I rung the RSPCA and World Horse Welfare and reported said animals. The animals, they were unable to do a single thing about it, they said, because according to the Animal Rights Act, they were able to be horses, they had water, they allegedly had food, even though the paddocks were completely overgrazed, there was not a blade of grass on them. By the time all this had finished, there were World Horse Welfare, the RSPCA, 2 police forces involved, because we're so close to the borders of Cambridgeshire and Norfolk. And the guy ended up shipping them all away one night to a field in Northamptonshire, which was then another police force. And there were so many people involved. 3 horses ended up dead, and the guy got away with it. Because there was do you not think that there are too many different people involved in it? Oh, and also, he trotted into the police station and told them that I was harassing him, and I got arrested for that because I had reported them to, which sounds really funny to a lot of people, but let me tell you, it was extremely unpleasant, and I had to get 3 interviews with the police and go to the commissioner of that county before that got dropped, because there were so many different people involved and the guy still got away with it. So my question is, do you not think there's too many, and should we not have a distinct path so that there is one organisation that deals with these complaints, and maybe that will lead to prosecutions?
Well, I'm sorry about the arrest, but is there too many involved?
I would agree there are perhaps too many horse charities. But in terms of involved, the RSPCA, everybody knows, deal with the prosecutions. They can be helped and advised by Red Wings, Blue Cross, World Horse Welfare. And so the charities do try and work together to try and get a successful end result. The end result they get might not be the one that everybody wants. So it's impossible to please everybody. And one of the problems with situations like that is that people feed and water these horses, which make it more difficult for the charities then to take action. So I know nothing about this particular case, I have great sympathy with it, but I'm sure they were trying the best to get a successful resolution for the benefit of the horses. It didn't turn out, sadly.
Have a gentleman over here.
Thanks. Hi, Nick from Red Wings and National Equine Welfare Council. I think it's probably also important to mention that where the expertise exists, some local authorities have been very strong in taking forward animal welfare prosecutions and cases. The strengths, as Tim pointed out, is with the RSPC and other charities, is the work that we can do to try and avoid getting there. And I think people always demand prosecutions when they see something they don't like, but actually then they criticize when prosecutions happen that seem unfair. And actually, over the last few years, working together, the charities have done a lot of proactive work to actually engage with owners like the last example and actually try and get under their skin and get them to change their behaviours rather than actually threaten them when running away seems to be a pretty good solution. And it all ties in with the identification of horses, being able to know who the owners are, because without someone to prosecute, you can't actually go forward either. So I think what we perhaps need to appreciate is the integrated approach to try and get to this better place is actually already happening, and the charities work really hard on moving away from just sticking plasters over festering sores. But on the prosecution, I think we mustn't forget that experienced local authorities have taken forward some very successful cases too, but it's patchy and it depends on the resources those inspectors get.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we a little trouble hearing what you're saying. Did you want to make a quick comment on that,
I will make
Angela?
a quick comment. I think my experience as someone who's been working in Parliament on these issues for a number of years is that the animal welfare sector more generally works really well all the different charities work really well together, in my view, to deliver the best possible outcomes given the limitations on the resources that they've got. But they also absolutely make clear on every single occasion that they meet with parliamentarians the need for better partnership working with local authorities. And I think this is the weak link in the chain. Enforcement of animal welfare standards by local authorities is not given the priority that perhaps it should be. It's not a statutory responsibility, for instance. And I think there's some real weaknesses in the enforcement of the Animal Welfare Act in relation to the role of the local authorities in this. It varies quite a lot. When you've got some really good examples, and Barry's nodding, you can probably give us one or two, but we have got some really good examples, but it's very much down to the priorities of the particular local authority.
We need to move on. I'm sure we could talk a bit longer on that topic. But our third category is the education of horse owners, and what is the role of charities in educating horse owners, especially those people who don't want or feel the need to be educated. Louise, perhaps I can come to you. Through your publications, you must hear from and have requests from horse owners through your publications.
Yes, all the time. I think charities are in a really unique position despite the troubles in the last year, particularly equine charities, because they really are independent in a way that a lot of the other companies, organisations that talk to horse owners aren't. And I think generally horse owners understand that, and charities have a huge pool of expert resource that I think particularly people like World Horse Welfare are very good at sharing with our readers, general public, to get across those important messages. I do think it is a really difficult problem, and we encounter it a lot through the publications, that sometimes people have a slightly skewed view of reality, and they maybe don't want to be educated, or they believe that they know how to do the right thing for their horse, and they don't. But I think presence at live events and writing features, working with the media is a really important thing for charities to do through editorial, to get across those welfare messages. But I think it has to be benefit driven. I think there's sometimes a temptation to be slightly preachy or to err that way, whereas I think actually it's really important to get people on side. They need to feel that by reading that advice, listening to somebody talk, watching a presentation, they're going to be able to make things better for themselves, and I think that should be the angle that should be taken.
Harry, educating horse owners, how does this relate to the sporting perspective?
I think generally people who, obviously there's a lot of very knowledgeable people who own horses, but nowadays a lot of people who own horses weren't brought up with them. They come at it from a completely outside point of view, so you get that level of misunderstanding, naivety, which is helpful with, as Louise was saying, with trying to educate them in a way that perhaps you wouldn't have needed to, in the same way as people who were brought up with horses from their parents, and that information and feel which is passed down. Just very lightly, just to touch on, we see a lot of students coming out of colleges and things, and there are some wonderful colleges who do a great job. You do get cases where you get people coming out who have had 2 or 3 years of education and very little hands-on experience. A lot of those people then will go and work in administrative roles or become consultants to nutritionists or whatever, and I feel, you know, this is not necessarily, I'm not an expert on this, but just my perspective of it is that you don't necessarily have that same core base of people who go into the industry to work day to day with horses in the same numbers as we would have had in the past. And what that does is it leaves a bit of a gap in knowledge for people who go on to work and have contact with horses later on in their life, even though they might have got a degree in something, and therefore you've alluded in your question to people who might not want to be educated. Just from a sporting point of view, I mean, something I feel is important is how we deal with welfare cases. And when with the organisation, so the FEI as the international body, you know, if they are looking at cases, I think it's really important to keep in mind what we're trying to do, which is to think about the horse and put the horse first, and not muddle that up with put the public's perception of horse welfare first. And it sounds, it's a fine detail, but if a horse has a little graze, a superficial nick, that isn't a horse welfare case. And yet people can become hysterical about the sight of a spot of blood, and it's then all over the media, and before you know it, that whips up the public who might not have a huge knowledge of horses into a frenzy, because as a sport, it's almost like we don't know how to deal with it. And I feel it's really important that actually the person who's beating a horse up behind closed doors is come down on very hard indeed, and the person who is you know, has something which is completely superficial isn't made to look like a complete idiot, and the whole world around us sort of goes into freefall. And it's our job as a sport to educate the public, and through, you know, broadcasting, magazines, all of that kind of thing, so that and then to be completely intolerant of any kind of abuse of horses, even if it's not in the public eye, for example, in the collecting rings or on a non-competition day.
Thank you, Harry. Barry, educating horse owners.
Yes, everything World Horse Welfare does internationally and in the UK, whether it's sport horse or others, is all about education and passing on knowledge. And where we perhaps have an advantage with the people who are often convicted of abuse is that these are people who don't read manuals, they don't go on courses at agricultural college, and they don't go to lectures. And our field officers, and we've 16 spread across the country, are unique in that they're going around these communities and they have a personal contact with them, and they're respected by them, they drink coffee with them and they chat to them. And that's education in its widest form. And that's where the most progress can be made, because it can only be done on a one-to-one, and often people who are found guilty in prosecutions are really very surprised that they've done anything wrong. And it's reliant on people in a local community notifying the field officer for World Horse Welfare so that he can call and see them and help them. And by helping them, educate them to a different way of doing things so they don't become prosecution cases.
Is it quite difficult, though? I'm just thinking back, I was lucky to go on one of the field trips to rescue 5 horses with World Horse Welfare, and it's so difficult to understand how anyone cannot know the normal logic of, if you put a stallion in a field with 2 mares, we all know what's going to happen. And this woman had a problem. I mean, she was a mother of 2. She knew all about the birds and the bees. So why she would put a stallion in with 2 mares, and then we as a charity have to go and rescue them? I mean, how difficult is that to try and get the message over to someone who is thankfully voluntarily handing the horses over, but obviously clearly had a problem, but just basic logic.
A lot of our customers who end up handing over the horses also have mental health issues at the same time. And that's why it has to be handled so gently by the field officers and RSPCA inspectors. And lots of these communities that are outside the mainstream are very keen to be educated. And I see Mr. Mewis here from the RSPCA. We've run clinics up at Appleby for the travelling communities, and they're very keen to learn, but they're not going to go to college, they're not going to read the books, but they're very happy to receive information from people.
Angela, any comments on this?
Absolutely. You may be surprised to hear this, but as someone on the left of the spectrum, I don't believe that it's the role of the state to deliver everything. And a lot of people believe that education is the role of the state, and that lessons around animal welfare should be included in the national curriculum. I'm sympathetic to that, but I do think, aside from that, that there is a special role for charities in doing exactly the kind of work that Barry's just described. And I do believe that, why do people engage in charitable work? It's because they have a passion for the particular aspect that they want to get involved in, whether it's animal welfare or mountain rescue or child welfare. They have a passion and a belief in what they're doing. And I think that that is absolutely key to getting individual horse owners, in this case, to listen, first of all, because I think individuals will respect the passion that the representatives of any particular charity will have for the welfare of the animal. And I believe that the approach is very, very important. The language you use, building the relationships. The state will never have the resource to do that kind of work, and nor should it do that kind of work. It's a very personal, one-to-one thing, as Barry has just described. So I absolutely advocate the role of World Horse Welfare and other charities in doing this kind of thing. But I think we need a consistency in messaging around this. That is something that does need to be developed.
Okay. Tim, we're going to move on because time is ticking on, and we will come back to the audience for our last topic. But the fourth topic we want to discuss is campaigning to improve legislation and enforcement. Tim, perhaps I can come to you first. Through your career, you've obviously held positions where, in organisations that you've had to advise governments. Is it right then that some charities campaign for governments to improve horse welfare and their enforcement, or the horse welfare laws and their enforcement?
I think it would be a very worrying situation where individuals or organisations couldn't bring issues to the attention of government. So the simple answer is yes. But I think there's a fundamental dilemma that all equine charities, and I'll use some specific examples, but this applies to all charities, face. There's an example, and the charity I was first going to talk about was not the England and Wales RSPCA, but the New South Wales RSPCA, who have statutory roles, who have just agreed to stop campaigning and, interestingly, go to trust-based advocacy, because there was criticism of them. And it's interesting, this word trust. We've talked today about trust between charities and their donors, but I think there's also trust between the charity and those who they want to influence or target. And let me give you an example. Chris Riggs put up a slide about export of horses from Great Britain to China, trade deals. I was on the receiving end of a question on Farming Today, prompted by World Horse Welfare. What about the conditions of the animals? Absolutely fine. And look what's happened now. You've got a responsible organisation, Hong Kong Jockey Club, working to improve things. There's obviously still a lot to do, and they've given him the time to come over and talk about that. You've got an organisation with governance responding, so it's a good constructive relationship of influence and trust. Then look at CCTV, where I suspect, having been an initial veterinarian, the doors are closing from the quite individualistic owners of those. Here's the dilemma. Do you campaign and they put up the barriers, or do you work quietly in the background in terms of conflict resolution and try and do a bit more? But, and again, I'm saying this applies to all charities, maybe that isn't such good campaigning and doesn't get you as much money in the short term. I think that's the fundamental dilemma many charities face. They have to create an income, and to that they may have noise, but are they actually alienating some of the people they're trying to influence? I don't have an answer, but I've been on both ends of it, and it's really, really difficult.
Angela, would you agree?
I agree broadly with what Tim has said, but I just want to talk briefly about the relationship between parliamentarians and charities on this point. I think it's absolutely crucial. Much of the work I do around animal welfare in Parliament, and I do a fair amount of it, is prompted by the relationship I have with a wide range of animal welfare charities, and it works at its best when there's broad agreement, so you don't get this issue of campaigning to raise your profile and membership, resources. It's when it works at its best when you've got a wide range of charities working together for a common aim. And so the CCTV issue is an interesting one. It's absolutely legitimate that welfare charities should campaign on that issue, lobbying Parliament, and indeed I've just put an application in on behalf of World Horse Welfare to get a debate in Parliament on exactly this issue. And that's, I think, how the relationship should work. We raise the profile of issues in Parliament, put the pressure on, try to get the government to act. And I can't imagine how animal welfare standards in this country could improve from where they are now to where they should be without that kind of work from the charitable sector. And I want to pay tribute to World Horse Welfare for its Invisible Horse campaign, which I think is an excellent example of the kind of campaigning that those of us in Parliament who do want to do something about all of this, we need that. We really do need it.
It's an excellent campaign. Louise, a quick comment?
I absolutely agree. I don't see how anything could possibly change to improve standards without charity involvement, although I think it's important to be mindful of the way that that is seen by donors and the way that that is communicated to the public.
Harry, do you have a quick comment? No, you don't. Barry, you can
I
sum up.
just agree entirely with what Angie said.
Do we have any? We do have a question. The lady on the aisle there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Poppy Claire again. Just with the topic being invisible horse, you raised my attention to maybe invisible welfare issues. Harry, you said about people, how they react so ridiculously sometimes to the slightest touch of blood. Whereas you can have behavioural issues where the animal is in extreme suffering and it will be completely dismissed. And one example I thought of was stereotypical behaviours, which most people here will know are very, very common in their domesticated horses. And one thing I was alerted to was the picture on the leaflet today of the horse in the freight shipping container. Why are we so distressed to see a picture of a horse in a shipping container with a window, but not a very similar sized and shaped stable box that is almost providing the same housing structure as that shipping container is in this picture?
Can you just repeat that last bit? We're struggling to hear that last. No.
The last bit?
Yes, no, you can. Yes, you probably heard. We were just struggling to hear you a little bit there. Harry.
Is my mic on?
Yes, it is.
I think what you were saying is we were talking about the public perception, and the image on the front of the programme today was of a horse kept in a shipping container. And actually, why is that such a bad thing? Because it looks like quite a big stable with a window. And is that a bad thing? And is that just our perception? I mean, it might be that it's nice colours and it's quite interesting to look at from a programme point of view, rather than taking it too literally. But I'm guessing.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to comment? No? Okay. Can we just come to this gentleman here who has a quick question? Hi.
Sorry, is that working? Hi, my name is Pip Lovelock. Our situation on Bodmin Moor, obviously we're tiny, but obviously is very robustly being dealt with by World Horse Welfare, Red Wings, the RSPCA. But as the APHA, being robust and being strong in the area, have played a key part in that situation. And because the situation largely was affected by moorland farmers, or a small group of them, APHA were able to deal with that situation as a livestock situation. But because the horse isn't considered to be agricultural livestock, it's disadvantaged by that. And certainly a strong APHA nationally would be able to assist. Where a horse is simply a domestic riding pony, perhaps it doesn't seem to apply. But for horse dealers and stockyards, the horse is a piece of livestock, the same as cattle and sheep.
Would anyone like to comment? Tim?
I think the issue you're talking about is, did it work better because it was dealt with by the APH, the Animal and Plant Health Agency, the old State Veterinary Service of DEFRA. we have a strange situation where the horse is both an agricultural animal and not an agricultural animal. I think in reality, on Bodmin Moor, there is conservation agreements and it's farming horses. They regard themselves as farmers. So I think DEFRA and its agencies feels it can stand in, whereas if you're thinking of individual animals, that's more of a companion animal. That is the reality of it. So the positive things I take from that is a very good example of partnership working between all the welfare charities. Things have definitely moved on since the well-meaning but rather chaotic Spindles Farm, thanks to a certain patron, bringing the equine charities together to work more cooperatively, and also the the Bodmin Commoners Council, which is just starting, and the APHA. I do think that when you've got an individual owner, where the local authority is more appropriate, that is a challenge. And there's no doubt that the challenge of enforcement and giving local authorities the challenge and the tools for enforcement is one of the big questions where charities can help. And there has been a very constructive initiative focused on horses, but could go to other companion animals, to look at how it making easier for fixed penalty notices and things like that, which don't cost local authorities money to administer, could help. Because a lot of the time there are very basic offences which can nudge people by fines into better behaviour once you've got past the failure of education. So I think that's something for the future to coalesce around, helping local authorities to do their job.
Thank you very much. I think we're about to, I know we've got some more hands, and I do apologise, but our time is pretty much run out now, and I do appreciate it's a topic that we could probably go on all day about. It's such an emotive subject, but I would like it if we could finish off by getting any final thoughts from our panel. So just to remind you, the original question was, what should the role of charity be in equine welfare here in the UK? Perhaps I could start with you, Louise, and work our way down.
I think it's obvious from the conversation that it's absolutely central that charities' involvement.
Tim?
And I would add that the more you work together, as well as keeping your distinctive identity, you will get synergies.
And Angela, your final thoughts?
I agree with Tim and Louise, and working together is really, really very important, as I stressed earlier, and make sure that you maintain that expertise, that experience, and use it to suggest to government and parliament what needs to be done to make things better.
Thank you. Harry, any final thoughts?
I think we're very lucky in this country to have so many people with all the numbers of charities who care and have a lot of knowledge and experience, and it's just keeping those lines of communication open, so hopefully that can filter through to society.
Barry?
And our thanks to all the people from all the charities who work so hard to try and achieve that objective.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you to all of you. Yes. You already have done, but I was going to say, do show your appreciation for our wonderful panel. But thank you to all of you for your comments and the questions as well. But our excellent panel for today. Thank you. Pleasure to talk to you. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, and our panel for such a thought-provoking discussion, which I hope has inspired us all to consider where charity efforts are best placed in UK equine welfare. We've heard about the role of equine charities and vets in emergencies involving horses. We've heard about the pros and cons of charities enforcing the Animal Welfare Act, and indeed we look forward to the publication of the EFRA Select Committee report, which Angela referred to. I should say in passing that it's quite surprising how, despite the fact that we're across the political divide, Angela and I agree on so much in this area. We've heard about lobbying government to improve legislation and enforcement, something I'm very familiar with. And indeed, without it, we wouldn't have the Animal Welfare Act or the Control of Horses Act or no doubt, a huge range of other beneficial things. We've heard one or two horror stories, And I think it is perhaps worth bearing in mind, while never being complacent, that we should remind ourselves from time to time that we are fortunate to have by far the best animal welfare charities in the world in this country. And Harry referred, I think, to that. And they work together brilliantly. We also have excellent police, fire and rescue services, local authorities and trading standards people. And really importantly, we have a concerned public. And of course, our system isn't perfect, but the will is there constantly to improve things. And if we want to make the invisible horse visible, no amount of rules, no army of government servants will find them all. And worse still than that, the danger is that they put off those concerned public from bringing those cases to our attention. And we, I think, should all be happy to have a few cases that aren't terribly serious, because the public will help us find the cases that really matter, and the wonderful charities and the other organisations that I've referred to will help us sort them out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may invite our President to give us her perspective on the matters we've covered today. Your Royal Highness.
Thank you very much, Your Highness. My Lords, ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm not entirely sure you do want my perspective on everything you've spoken about today, because you'll want lunch before tea. Because there's been a great deal discussed and it's been extremely interesting. But I think it all revolves around that main concept of the invisible horse, and how do we get over that problem, the ones that aren't seen and we don't know how they're treated and probably aren't being treated very well. But we have an astonishing history and heritage of care and concern, of which this organisation is certainly one. World Horse Welfare and Ada Cole set an extraordinary example nearly 90 years ago. And we believe that we're fulfilling her ambitions and her aims in the modern environment. But I mention her particularly because most of our horse charities are probably are the result of a single individual's work. And that is still true in many cases. And I think that's true of a lot of the smaller organisations who set up. They're very much about individuals' concern and motivation. And some have made the connection, have been better organised, have been able to grow the work that they've done, more so than others. That may be because of the individual themselves. It may have been because it was a very specific concept. They wanted to maintain their very local roots, because that's where their strength came from, and a very personal contact with those who supported them. But spreading that knowledge and understanding of welfare in a modern context has proved to be rather more difficult. It's raising that profile of the invisible horse, and how you help people stop them being cases that are going to come before us. I happen to believe that World Horse Welfare has a pretty good track record, not just in the UK, but overseas, because it's taken what it has learnt to places where, frankly, it would be unacceptable to ignore similar situations elsewhere. And for that, we're probably, that's a population which travel more widely, go to more countries, see more issues. And I hope that impact has been one of education, has been one of understanding, has been one of raising the profile of those issues. And I'm very grateful to His Highness for joining us today to point out that there's a very good understanding in many countries that this is something you can pursue in country with support from outside. And sometimes their models respond better to the situations that we have concerns about, because they understand the issues better. And we've got to work together not just here in the UK, but overseas, in understanding where the horse fits in. Sometimes that's not as a working horse, which is perhaps an easier equation to understand, where the training of owners, farriers, saddlers, vets, it really does follow a logical progression. And we were hearing about that in China. But in China, you also have, although historically, a great deal of their power base was based on good use of horsepower, that is less true now. And it is seen as an issue possibly more of a status symbol. And for that, you're looking at people who don't have any real understanding of horses and welfare. And you have to contemplate how you encourage owners to be educated than necessarily trained. And you can understand how difficult that relationship can be. We have added a whole lot of training qualifications in the UK, which didn't exist when I started. And you've probably heard me say that when I was offered the opportunity to get my qualification for loading horses on a horse box, I declined. Didn't think either of us would survive that encounter. Owners, to give them their perspectives will alter, but things change, and we all need to be updated. And that constant issue of updating with farriers, modern technology, and their traditional craft, and understanding what they're doing. Vets constantly adding to their fount of knowledge, but not forgetting what went before. Saddlers, modern technology in their materials that they use, and what is the long-term effect of that. We all have to adapt to some degree to what is going on in this modern world. And the other aspect is social media. I don't know how Ada Cole would have coped. Probably very well, actually, because I suspect she would have used it very appropriately. And she would have engaged a lot of people who, because of her being articulate and knowledgeable and highly motivated, that would have been a perfect environment for her. But it works both ways for us and for all equine charities, because we can help to educate a much wider group of people through social media. But we also have many more inroads from social media who may just take up the kind of headline issues. And getting past the headlines in this modern environment is a really difficult thing to do. And I suspect some journalists get hugely frustrated by that they're judged by headlines, which they probably didn't even write. Could argue I could probably be guilty of that, but I tend to read the last paragraph before I make that decision, because it may be the most important one. That actually covers all the things they should have covered. But to learn by headlines is not helpful, and that challenges us in a slightly different way. And it challenges, I think, all charities in a slightly different way, because headlines have a nasty habit of coming back and biting you when you least expect it. Because if you use that to fundraise, sell your charity, that may not be really what you want to achieve, and it may be a distraction from what you're trying to achieve. The discussion about trust for charities and how we view them in this day and age also, I think, has been partly as a result of information technology and that level of access, and partly because some charities hadn't caught up with that in terms of the transparency that they needed in those areas. But trust is about doing what you say on the tin. And fundraising, particularly if you have to go out and explain yourself and explain what it is that you're going to do with that money, is a very good discipline. And when some charities lament the fact that, fundraising is something they've got to go out and do it, no, you go out there and do it because you understand what it is you're asking for, and that you have a real role to play, and it is necessary to get that funding. There is the danger that having too cozy a relationship with maybe government grants, you forget that part of that equation is justifying what you do and evaluating what you do to everybody around you, not just to yourself and those who may work or volunteer for the charity. And I'm, to be careful what I say here, because I usually get into trouble in this engagement, but I think the government grants can be very valuable when you're starting, but beware your lack of independence in the long run. And also, if you're not careful, I think you can be treated as a cheap option to civil servants. Now, that's not what either the governments or charities are really aiming at. But that independence is crucial to you to be able to generate the understanding that you need to support the work that you're doing. I think that applies to all charities, large and small. I think there is an argument to say that small charities, locally funded, possibly with a very strong individual that everybody knows, has an advantage because that engagement and the lines of communication are shorter. But the charities who've grown very big on being successful and possibly handled research and development in a different way have more of a difficulty in maintaining those levels of trust. And that's maybe because if you try and get them involved in other forms of research, you need to buy into that and they need to stick with it and not pull out if they don't think the answer is going to be what they want. And they need to be careful where they campaign, that they've thought through the broader consequences of that campaign, that it's not so narrow that it really does distract from the good you do elsewhere. I do think World Horse Welfare manages to maintain not just high standards here, but makes good use of what it's learned for all horse owners, wherever they are. And that may not be a cheap option, but it is one that is an entirely responsible consequence of its history and what it has learnt, and many other charities do that as well. Where does the responsibility for horses lie? I mean, first and foremost, it must be with that horse owner, and making sure that they do understand that being an owner of a horse and its responsibility is a 24-hour a day, 365 day of the year responsibility. It's not 9 to 5. It's not when you happen to be around. It is all the time. And for that, we need, I think, to be available to ensure that they understand how they can manage that in the circumstances that they are. We do have laws to protect animal welfare. How do we connect that with the owners so they understand that part of their responsibilities? At the moment, it is the responsibility of the charities to respond to those laws. And it's the response that we make as charities to engage with people. Yes, punish if you really have to at the end of that equation, but really to be able to respond that you can make a difference. Not the individuals, but the animals that they're responsible for. And for that, you need a great deal of cooperation from all the authorities that might have an impact on it. And that's a constant process of work, partly because people change and subjects move on. They come off they're not in the headlines anymore, and people move on to other things. It's a constant process of work, of communication. We know that that's a constant process of communication. We've had discussions about some of these subjects on occasions before, not least of all passports. It is a continuing process to make the point of the value of passports, not just in terms of counting the number of horses, but how you apply the regulations and where people are that need to be responsible. You were talking about Bodmin. I do think that's a very interesting area of responsibility. And I do think that if you define them as wild horses in a wild environment, they fall heavily between two stools of responsibility and attitude. If they were a wild herd of deer, nobody would have a problem with deciding how you controlled the numbers or whether you culled or not. But because they're ponies, that's regarded as a very different issue. And I think it's a real challenge for those who live and work in the area to be able to bring those, to fill in the gap so that they don't fall between those two stools, so that they are catered for in a responsible way. And that's with policymakers and the charities in the area. And I would underline that it's not just here. You have agencies, development agencies are an important part of our work overseas. I've seen that with Save the Children, and we've understood that in projects that we work with. But it is poorly understood, as somebody was rightly pointed out, with the bigger agencies. And no names, no factual, but there are quite a few of them out there who do not take that element seriously. And for those who work, particularly with women and children, and the ability of women to be earners and to be responsible in their communities, horses may be a very important part of that earning capacity. They should understand, and they would want to be helped to make that a more realistic process. A lot of scope, a lot of good discussion here, and a lot of organisations that already do and commit an enormous amount of hours and effort to making sure that we try and fill in those gaps. And there will continue to be gaps. We know that. Horses, like people, can become invisible. And they become invisible for a whole range of reasons. And being aware of where the worst case scenarios, frankly, are, will always be a challenge. We have licenses, let's face it, on dog breeding. That does not stop some really unattractive dog breeding processes going on out of sight and out of mind that nobody seems to come across. And we need to be aware of that. And we need to know how to tackle this issue for horses. I believe that most of the equine charities do a pretty good job. You could argue that there are too many of them, but it works if they communicate properly and they understand where they fit in that relationship of supporting animals and their owners to be better and to reduce the number of times they actually have to turn out as welfare cases. People like you who come and contribute at an event like this are obviously aware of those issues, and I hope we can help you too in making the right connections, in knowing where to go to get help, and to feel that you are being properly served by the equine charities that you might support. In my finishing, I would point out that as an organisation, we depend on our people, and we depend on them at all levels. We depend on the paid and the unpaid in order to be able to allow us to respond to finding those invisible horses. And we depend on a very high level of commitment. And one of those, who I would like to thank very much today for his service as chairman of World Horse Welfare for 5 years, is Dr. Barry Johnson. His personal beliefs and attitudes are very much part of the ethos and values of the World Horse Welfare, and he's been an incredibly important part of being our continuity and our ability to continue to deliver. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Johnson for his work over probably more years than he would care to remember in equine welfare, through fair weather and foul, as a vet throughout his career, and as vet of, of course, the Penley Farm Rescue and Rehoming Centre since 2003, a very good example of what World Horse Welfare does in terms of not only welfare for horses, but education for people. He's been a trustee since 2006, and of course, most recently, as chairman. And I think this is an appropriate moment to say, not just say thank you, but to offer him a small gift from us as part of that. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, Your Highness, I would just like to start by echoing our President's thanks to Barry for his extraordinary service. In various guises, I've been lucky to have worked with three chairmen, Bunny Maitland-Carew, Christopher Hall, who are delighted to see here today, but also to Barry. And when I started, we quickly learnt that Barry was generally a man of few words. We sent him an email asking for his dinner choices for a meeting we were having for the charity. We sent him the menu, and he sent back an email. It went soup, Steak, tart, Barry. It was a short time after that I realised that there was something that would fill the waves, and that was when I sent him a one-liner saying, Barry, what's your view of firing in horses? I got back a screenful 10 times over. So there's no doubt Barry is extremely passionate. He's a great friend to the charity, to the staff, to the volunteers, the horses, and everyone who's been associated with it. So I just want to echo our thanks to you, Barry. But then just to maybe come to the conclusions of today, and I thought three very brief things. I know sometimes I can come across as someone who's full of doom and gloom. I don't mean to, but I think it's really important when we look at how things are today that we're honest with ourselves. And I think it's only when we're honest that we can really see the problems and then how we can get around. And there's obviously an extraordinary amount of good work going on. And as I said earlier, it's not only what we see, it's how we see it. And that's why challenging the status quo so we can see a problem which previously we thought was normal is so important to what we do. Secondly, I was fascinated by Kian and Anthony's presentations earlier on trust. I love the irony of Anthony saying quite rightly that charities should be beware getting too close to government when he was 2 seats away from an ex-DEFRA minister. But I think, you know, if we have invisible horses, we need visible charities. And one way of creating that visibility of charities is trust. And lots has been talked about that today. And as laudable as finding out what the media and what the public think about World Horse welfare, I'm far more interested in what our supporters and volunteers think about us. And so that is a conversation that we have been having, because I have no doubt there are more things that we could be doing better. Because I think trust is a two-way thing. Having an AGM, having a glossy annual report does not build trust, in my view. But having that two-way conversation, charities are very good sometimes at talking to their supporters. Maybe they're not quite so good at listening to them, and that's something that certainly drives me from today. And finally, the power of organisations and individuals, especially when we work in partnership. And I think, of course, at the end of the day, actions will always speak louder than words. And I'd love to have known what the average weight of horses owned by people in this room last year when they heard Sue Dyson from the Animal Health Trust give that stunning presentation around obesity and overweight horses, because so many people came up to me and said, I'm going home, my horse is on a diet. I'd love to know if that really made an impact. So I think we've all got to take away, you know, the standard thing. You come to these events and it's wonderful to host you, and I hope you've had a great day, but I hope you also take one thing away with you, and that you can come back next year and we can say the world for the horses is a better place for that, because actions will always speak louder than words. Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming today. It's been a wonderful day.
Thank you, Rowley. Thank you to all of you for attending today, especially to our presenters and panelists, and to you, ma'am. From now on, I'm sure we'll all be looking that bit harder for the invisible horse. And thanks once again to the Horse Race Betting Levy Board, MSD Animal Health and Haygain for their generous support today. Can I now invite everyone for lunch upstairs? Please take a look and speak to our staff at our charity trade stands in the Education Centre, and do attend the talks, which are at 2:10, 2:20 and 2:30, as I'm sure we've all been intrigued by the short films we've seen today. Thank you again for attending, and enjoy the rest of the day.